Welcome to Microsoft Azure AI Fundamentals, which is aligned to AI 901. In this course, we will build a strong foundation in artificial intelligence from both a conceptual and a practical Azure perspective. My goal is to help you understand not only the terminology that appears on the exam, but also the real meaning behind that terminology. I want you to finish this course feeling that AI is no longer mysterious. Instead, it should feel structured, approachable, and connected to real technology that organizations use today. As we move through the course, we will start with the basics, such as what is AI, what models are, how generative AI works, and why prompting matters. Then we will gradually move into hands-on Azure topics, including Microsoft Foundry, model deployment, evaluation, Azure AI services, and practical workloads such as language, speech, and vision. This step-by-step structure is intentional. It is designed for students who may be completely new to artificial intelligence and need a logical path rather than disconnected technical facts. I also want to emphasize something important from the very beginning. Learning AI is not only about learning what the system can do. It is also about learning how they should be used responsibly. Powerful tools can produce useful results, but they can also produce errors, biased output, unsafe suggestions, or misleading confidence if they are not designed and reviewed carefully. This is why responsible AI is not a side topic in this course. It is a central part of understanding what it means to work with artificial intelligence professionally. Another important point for students at the start of this journey, is that AI learning becomes much easier when it is approached with patience rather than pressure. Many learners initially feel that they must understand every new term immediately, but that is not necessary. In a well-structured course, understanding develops layer by layer. First, students hear a concept, then they see an example. After that, they begin connecting it to other ideas. This course is designed to support exactly that process, so students should feel comfortable learning gradually and building confidence as they move forward. But before we move on, let me introduce myself. My name is Vladimir Živković, and I'm a highly experienced Azure and AWS cloud architect, specializing in artificial intelligence and Microsoft 365 Copilot consulting. Currently, I'm engaged as an infrastructure consultant, AI and M365 Copilot solution expert, as well as administrator and AI transformation leader in my organization. My responsibilities extend to guiding the introduction and integration of AI technologies within the company, ensuring a seamless transition and maximizing business value. I hold a comprehensive suite of Azure certification, including AZ-104, AZ-305, AB-730 or AB-731, and SAP CO2. This is an AWS cert. Given my ongoing commitment to professional development, it is likely that at this time you're reading or watching this, I have acquired additional credentials as well. I'm proud to serve as Microsoft Certified Trainer, dedicated to sharing expertise and supporting the growth of professionals in the industry. Many of you may recognize me from the Udemy learning platform, where I have devoted 5 years to designing extensive marathon courses for Azure and AWS cloud certifications, various cloud and AI services, and Linux. I'm pleased to share that my courses have reached and empowered tens of thousands of learners globally, helping them achieve certifications and advance their careers. Of course, I'm not at Udemy anymore, but you can watch this course at my YouTube channel. My passion lies in creating innovative educational content, enabling organizations to realize the transformative potential of cloud and AI technologies, and mentoring individuals to unlock new opportunities in the digital era. This course is free because I genuinely want to help people who are just beginning their journey in AI and Azure. Starting in this field can be overwhelming, especially for students and professionals who are still trying to understand where to begin and how to build a solid foundation. My goal is to provide a clear, structured, and approachable introduction that helps learners enter this world with more confidence, develop the right mindset, and take meaningful steps toward earning their first certification. By reading many forums, discussions, and comments from learners, I realized that a large number of people are interested in artificial intelligence or AI, but many still do not fully understand how AI, models, and agents actually work. There is a great deal of curiosity, but there is also a great deal of confusion. That is exactly why this course matters. It gives students an opportunity to build a proper introduction to this concept while also gaining practical knowledge that can help them continue learning with more clarity, more direction, and far less uncertainty. People sometimes ask whether I personally benefit from creating free courses like this one. The honest answer is no. I do not create these courses because of a direct personal gain, and in truth, that is not matters most to me. What matters is that the learners have access to a reliable, professional, and accessible starting point, something that can help them build confidence, understanding the fundamentals properly, and move forward in their AI and Azure journey with a stronger sense of purpose. So, with that in mind, let us move forward. And in the next lesson, we will continue building the foundation you need to understand the first step, this field step by step, with greater clarity, confidence, and purpose. This course follows a logical learning progression. We do not begin with advanced tools or complex demonstrations. Instead, we begin with the concepts that make everything else understandable. First, we build a mental foundation by discussing what is AI, or what AI is, what models are, how generative AI works, what large language models do, and why prompts and agents matter. These lessons are essentials because students need a clear conceptual framework before they can work comfortably with Azure services and AI platforms. After the conceptual foundation is in place, we move into practical implementation. We begin exploring Azure, subscription, resource group, Microsoft Foundry, model deployment, model interaction, tokens, multi-model scenarios, and basic application patterns. From there, we continue into evaluation, fine-tuning concept, and the role of agents. Finally, we expand toward Azure AI services such as language, translator, speech, vision, and content understanding. By organizing the course this way, each new topic builds naturally on the one before it, which makes the learning experience more stable and less confusing. For recording this course, I will use official Microsoft Learning Path. This is a new course, and this structure approach is especially valuable because it gives you a clear sense of direction. You, as a student, are more comfortable when you know why a topic appears at a certain point in the course and how it connects to what came before and what comes next. This feeling of progression reduces confusion for the student and makes the overall learning experience feel more intentional, professional, and easier to follow. Finally, in the first part, we will learn AI concept and responsibilities. In the second part of this course, we will deal with how can we implement AI solutions with Azure and Microsoft Foundry. In the third part, we will implement AI solution with Azure AI services. And if we go to learn.microsoft.com, you can see that this exam, AI 901, this is a Microsoft Azure AI Fundamentals, and it is still in beta version. As you can see in the official Microsoft Learning Path, this certification is intended for individuals who want to start working with AI solution built on Azure. And you can see all this information that you need to understand core cloud concepts such as services and resource deployment. We need to know how can you use Microsoft Foundry to deploy our models and implement a single agent solution. You need to recognize how client applications are put together and how AI models and services are consumed within those solutions. And the most important thing that you need to understand Python code examples that call AI models and services. But be aware that all this Python knowledge is not crucial to pass this exam. A simple understanding beginner mode is enough to pass this exam with Python, of course. And as you can see, this certification is intended to validate skills commonly when used performing tasks such as exploring and using AI features and application as a junior or entry-level developer, adding AI workloads including language, vision, and generative AI to software or IT solutions. As you can see, that earning this certification shows that you are ready to work with AI solutions on Azure and can help you prepare for more role-based certification, although it is not required before taking those exams. So this is just a starting point to your AI and Azure journey. If you want to learn more about Azure, you have a different path. One of them is AZ 900. This course is available on my channel, so there is a 20 hours of anything you need to know to start working with Azure. As well, you know, this is a new exam. This is available only in English version for now and was updated on April the 15th this year. And if you want to pass this exam, you must have at least 700 points. Let me just go to AI study, A901 study guides. And in this page, you can check all these different certs or simply see what this course cover. First, there is two sections. The first one is identify AI concept and responsibilities. And the second one is implement AI solutions by using Microsoft Foundry. The first, you need to identify AI concept, such as what are responsible AI, principles of responsible AI. Then you need to identify AI components and configurations, how generative AI model work. You need to identify appropriate AI model based on capabilities, identify appropriate model deployment options and configuration parameters. Then you need to identify AI workloads, for example. You can see when do you need or want to use speech recognition, synthesis, computer vision, image generation models. What are different techniques to extract information from text, images, audio, and videos. And the second very large part of this course is how can you implement AI solutions by using Microsoft Foundry. Here, we need to know how we can implement generative AI apps and agents by using Foundry, implement AI solutions for text and speech by using Foundry, implement AI solutions with computer vision and image generation capabilities using Foundry, and finally the last section is implement AI solutions for information extracting by using Foundry. Of course, most of these topics will be covered in our AI 901 course, but be aware in the moment when I record this course, this exam is still in beta version, so it may be possible that after 2 or 3 months this course will be aligned with new objectives. There is some chapters in this course which I dedicated to some topics which are not implemented here, but this is just as a precaution to understand the fully how this everything works in Microsoft Azure. So let's hop to another lesson, and now it's time to learn what is AI. And now it's time to officially step in our part 1 of this course. And in this part 1, we will learn what is AI concept and foundations about AI. But before we start, let's first learn what is AI, or artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence, or AI, is a broad field focused on building systems that can perform tasks that normally require some form of human intelligence. These tasks may include understanding language, recognizing patterns, interpreting images, converting speech, making predictions, generating content, or supporting decisions. It is important to understand that AI is not one single tool and not one single product. It is a wide family of methods, models, and services that allow software to behave in more adaptive and useful ways for specific tasks. One of the biggest beginner misunderstandings is that belief that AI means software is thinking exactly like a human being. That is not what AI means in practice. In most real-world systems, AI is designed to do a specific kind of task very well within a defined scope. For example, one AI system may classify customer feedback, another may detect objects in an image, and another may generate a written explanation. Each one is useful, but none of them respects or represents general human intelligence. This distinction matters because it helps students develop realistic expectations. In Azure, AI appears in practical forms, such as managed services, pre-built capabilities, model deployments, and tools that help organizations build applications faster. That means AI is not only a theory topic for this course. It is a cloud topic, a business topic, and an implementation topic. Also, you as a student should gradually begin seeing AI is not some magic thing, but AI is a collection of real capabilities that can be designed, tested, governed, and used responsibly. A practical way to help beginners to remember this lesson is to connect to AI to familiar experiences. You need to know what website, voice assistant on devices, automatic translation tools, image search, spam filters, and chat experiences are all examples of how AI appears in everyday life. When you as a student recognize that these already interact with these all bots or experiences, you already interact with AI regularly. Then AI will become less intimidating and more understandable. It shifts from something abstract and futuristic to something concrete and already present in the world around you. So, as we already mentioned, AI can analyze existing data, AI can classify or predict based on patterns, AI can understand human language to a useful degree, AI can generate new text, images, audio, or code, but AI still be monitored because it can be wrong, incomplete, or unsafe. The next very important lesson is what is a model? Well, a model is the learned component inside an AI solution that produces an output from an input. In simple language, a model is what has learned patterns from training data. Once trained, it can be used to perform a task such as classification, prediction, summarization, translation, speech recognition, or image analysis. When students hear the word model, you, as a student, should think of the part of the system that performs the intelligent behavior, not the entire application around it. A helpful analogy is to think of a model as an engine inside a larger machine. The application provides the interface, receive user input, apply business rules, and display a result. The model is the component that performs the learned task. If the input is a sentence, the model may summarize it, classify it, or answer a question about it. If the input is speech, the model may convert it to text. If the input is an image, the model may identify object or generate a description. The model does not work in isolation in most business systems. It works as a part of a broader solution. So you need to understand the difference between training and inference. Training is a process in which the model learns from data. Inference is the stage where the trained model is used to produce a result. In many Azure AI scenarios, especially at the AI 901 level, you as a learner are mostly interacting with inference. They are consuming models and services that already exist, deploying supported models, sending requests, and evaluate outputs. This is a very practical way to begin learning AI because it helps you that you focus on usage, design, and responsible application before going deeper into advanced model creation. This distinction between model and application is especially useful in cloud environments. In Azure, students often interact with a specific endpoint, a portal experience, or an SDK, but behind these tools there is still a model performing the learned task. Understanding the relationship helps students think more clearly about architecture. It also prepares you for later lessons in which we will deploy models, call them from code, and evaluate how they behave in practical scenarios. Now that you know what is AI and what is a model, let's learn what is generative AI and how it works. Generative AI refers to AI systems that can create new content rather than only analyze or classify existing information. Depending on the model and the service, the generated results may be text, images, audio, summaries, explanation, code, or other forms of output. This is one of the main reasons generative AI has become so important in, for example, education, business, and software development. It expands AI from pattern recognition into content creation, which opens many new possibilities for communication, productivity, and automation. At a high level, generative AI works by learning statistical relationship from very large amounts of data. During training, the model learns patterns in language, images, or other content types. During inference, when a user provides a prompt, the model estimates what output is most likely to fit that prompt based on what it learned. In text generation, this often means producing one token after another in sequence. The result can sound fluent and highly capable, but students should remember that the model is not expressing human understanding in the same way a person does. It is generating content based on learned patterns, context, and probability. This is why generative AI can be both extremely useful and occasionally unreliable. It can draft, summarize, explain, and create with impressive speed, but it can also produce mistakes, unsupported claims, or content that needs careful review. For beginners, this is one of the most important lessons to understand early. Useful does not always mean correct, and fluent output does not automatically mean trustworthy output. For you as students who are preparing for AI 901 exam, it is also important to understand that generative AI is not replacing all other AI approaches. It is adding new capability to the broader AI landscape. Traditional predictive and analytical models still matter greatly in business and technical solutions. Generative AI becomes most powerful when learners understand where it fits, where it adds value, and where other methods may still be appropriate. So, for example, we have input. This is when user provides a prompt or other data to the model. Then we have processing. This is when model interprets the input according to its architecture and learn patterns. Then we have generation. The model produces new output token by token or element by element. This is our response. This is our output. And finally, we have something called review. This is the result that should be evaluated because generative output can still contain mistakes or unsupported claims. If you go to some of different vendors that we have to use, just like ChatGPT or Claude, Anthropic, or Gemini, there is a little warning that AI answers can be wrong. And once again, the result should always be evaluated because generated output can contain mistakes or unsupported claims. Let's go to next lecture when we learn what is LLM. LLM stands for Large Language Models. It is a type of AI model trained on very large volumes of text so that it can be understood and generate language in useful ways. A large language model, or LLM, can answer questions, summarize long passages, write or rewrite text in a different tone, extract information, classify meaning, generate drafts, and support conversational experiences. In Azure-based environment, LLMs are often accessed through managed services and connected to applications, agents, and broader business workloads. The word large refers both to the scale of training data and to the size of the model architecture, including the large number of internal parameters used to represent a learned relationship. So, you as students do not need advanced mathematics to understand the practical meaning of this. A large language model is often capable of broader tasks and more flexible language behavior, but size also does not guarantee reliability, safety, or fitness for real-world scenarios. Prompt quality, governance, grounding, evaluation, and deployment choices still matter a great deal. For AI 901 learners, the most important practical lesson is this. An LLM is a powerful language engine, but it is not an automatic source of truth. It should be treated as a component in a solution, not a substitute for human judgment. When used carefully, a LLM can improve productivity and user experience dramatically. When used carelessly, it can produce hallucinations, vague answers, or responses that sound confident but still require correction. This is why responsible AI and evaluation remain essential throughout this course. Another useful way to explain large language models, or LLM, to beginners is to describe it as a highly capable language pattern engine. It has learned relationships across large amount of text and can be therefore respond in ways that often feel natural and informed. However, you as a student should always remember that this fluency can sometimes hide uncertainty or inaccuracy. This is exactly why human review, grounding, and responsible deployment remain so important in enterprise AI scenarios. So, in our table, you can see that understanding LLM is very easy, and capabilities of LLM are broad. So, for example, you can use it for question answering, and it will respond to question based on learned patterns. We have something called summarization. You can condense long passage into shorter explanation. We have text generation. You can draft email reports, explanation, and creative content. We have classification capability. That means that you can categorize text by topic, sentiment, or intent. Translation is one of capabilities, so we can convert text between languages. We can generate some code, right, and explaining programming code. For example, if you are a developer and you're working in Visual Studio Code and you work with large scenarios with lots of information, and you get some kind of error, you can copy that error code into our model, and the model will generate and explain what is the error, for example. Then we have conversational AI it supports natural dialogue and chat experiences. So this is all what you need to know what is large language models for this exam. And of course, LLM is something that you must know. So we learn what is AI, what is a model, what is generative AI and what it can do, and what is an LLM. Now we will learn a different AI models. The first part of this course is based on more theory than the practice. So this is what you must understand and know for the exam. As I already told you in this lesson, we will learn about, and I will talk about AI models like ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, and so on. So when you as a student begin learning AI, you often hear well-known names such as ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, Copilot, and others. It is useful to acknowledge these names because learners encounter them constantly in the articles, videos, and public discussions. However, a course like this should help you to move beyond brand awareness and toward conceptual understanding. These names may refer to product, model families, or user experiences built on the top of deeper technical systems. What matters most is understanding this capability behind these names. From an Azure and enterprise perspective, the important questions are different from public hype. Organizations care about whether a model can be governed, secured, scaled, evaluated, integrated, and used responsibly. They care about capabilities such as text generation, summarization, multimodal input, speech translation, image generation, and agent support. They also care about cost, performance, compliance, and operational control. That is why, in this course, we focus less on which public tool is most popular and more how models are consumed professionally in managed environment such as Azure. Some kind of a useful mindset for you is that these AI models do not become attached only to names. As I already mentioned, you need to learn categories of capability and the platform patterns behind them. If you understand how models are deployed, assessed, evaluated, and governed, you will be able to adapt even as product names and market trends continue to change. And they change quite often, trust me. So this lesson is also useful because you can teach or understand how to think like professionals rather than consumer of hype. Public discussions often focuses on which model is trending, but professional work focuses on capability, fit, risk integration, and governance. When you as students learn to ask those deeper questions, you become much more prepared to evaluate AI solution in real organization when reliability and control matter far more than popularity. And here we have a table. And in this focus area, you need to focus on model capability. So why it matters? It determines fit for chat, summarization, translation, or image generation. There is also focus on input and output types. It shows whether the model is text only or multimodal. What it means, multimodal? It means that it can generate an image, for example, work with code, and etc. Then we have deployment approach. This is how the model is exposed through a managed platform. Also, one of the most important area is governance and safety. In why it matters? It matters because it reduces the risk, misses you unreliable outputs. Also, cost and performance is very, very important, and it matters that because it supports real business decisions about scale and efficiency. So this is why AI models in the industry are moving beyond brand awareness toward conceptual understanding. So this lesson is very important because as a beginner, you need to understand these patterns. Now, let's learn what is a prompt. To break down this theory, let's move on to some of these AI models that we already talked about like ChatGPT, Claude, or Gemini. For example, I am now in ChatGPT. As you can see, if you go to chatgpt.com, you can use this vendor or this model capability even as a free user. So as you can see, I'm not even logged in to this. So this is just one of offers that we have. So as you can see, this is just a simple chat, and here you can start typing something called prompt. In the next lecture we will learn more about prompts and why it matters. As you can see, we can choose a different feature, and even as a free user, even if you are not logged in, you can type writing here, and the model will answer you. Of course, you have different options. You can do a lot here, even as a free user. You can, for example, generate a picture. You can try to generate a text, summarize the text. You can do a multimodal input. You can even speech. As you can see here, you can use your voice or dictate to this agent. You can, as I already mentioned, use for translation and some kind of agent support. Of course, this is everything as a free user. Also, we have apps here. You can use different apps, but more about that later. Of course, the different offer, there is a lot of different offers, but most popular models or vendors are, as I already mentioned, ChatGPT. We have Claude. Claude is a very good and fast. You can try Claude. Then we have Google Gemini. Here, as you can see, I'm already logged in, and the model knows my name. I don't use Gemini so much. I use ChatGPT and Copilot because I work mostly in Windows environment and Azure environment, and Copilot is official offer from Microsoft, and of course it will follow you in all Azure or Windows environment. For example, we have M365 Copilot, and if I go to here, as you can see, this is how it looks like. And the reason why I'm showing you this is a business offering from Microsoft, and of course, if you look closely, and of course this is a chat where I want to use or add my prompt, and if I go to auto, as you can see, I can even choose between different vendor offering. As you can see, I can choose between Claude, this is our Claude, and between ChatGPT and different models. As you can see, we have ChatGPT 5.5 for quick response if you want to think deeper. We have different offerings, of course, and it really depends what you want to achieve. Of course, this Copilot offering is really depends of what you want to achieve. For example, I use Microsoft Copilot with a full license on my current work, where I have all its feature available to me. And of course, one point where Copilot is really shine is with your work IQ, which is grounded only on your work experience by your documents, Teams, chats, emails from, for example, Outlook, PowerPoint presentations, and so on. So you can see there is a different applications that we can use here. Let me just open these applications. Sometimes it works, sometimes not. As you can see, I'm able to install my apps. So this is what I can use, for example, Outlook, Word, OneNote, Excel, OneDrive, PowerPoint, Teams, Clip, Champ, SharePoint, and so on, OneDrive, for example. And this is all what you are getting for as a business consumer. As a beginner, you are already know what is ChatGPT, Claude, or for example Gemini. But first, let's learn what is a prompt, and then we will try some prompt and see how can we work with all of these models, AI models. Let's now learn what is a prompt. A prompt is the instruction or input that the user gives to an AI model in order to guide its output. In generative AI, prompts matter enormously because the model depends on the input to understand the task, the desired format, the audience, the tone, and sometimes the constraints of the answer. If the prompt is vague, the results may also be vague. If the prompt is specific, well-structured, and context-aware, the answer is often more useful and more aligned with the goal. Prompts can include many kinds of direction. A prompt may ask the model to summarize content, explain the content for beginners or concept for beginners, translate text, classify information, extract key points, generate a professional email, produce a lesson outline, describe an image, or write a code in a specific style. In practical Azure solution, prompting is not only a user skill, it is also a part of application design. Developers and solution architects often structure prompts carefully so that the deployed model returns outputs that are more consistent, better formatted, and more useful within real workflows. This is one of the most important lessons, and you must know that prompting is iterative. You do not always get the best results on the first try. Instead, you need to review the output, refine the instruction, and add missing context, of course, specify the format more clearly, and try again. This process helps learners understand that effective use of generative AI is not passive. It is an active skill that improves with practice. Of course, one of the best habits students can develop early is to think of prompting as a communication with structure. So a good prompt is not only a question, it is often a miniature instruction set. It may define the task, provide the concept or context, specify the desired format, set the target audience, and indicate the tone. When you as a student understand prompting in this way, you begin to producing higher quality outputs more consistently and become much more effective users of generative AI tools. So, first, what you must do, state the task clearly. You need to provide relevant context, specify the desired format of the answer, indicate the target audience or tone if needed, and review and refine the prompt if the first result is not good enough. Of course, if you go to our next slide, you can see that I already have this example, first example, to run our first prompt. And you can transform theory into a real experience. For example, you can run something like explain artificial intelligence in simple terms for a university student, and then you will get an answer. For example, you can summarize that or some of this paragraph in 3 bullet points, and finally you can rewrite the text in a more professional tone. This is just a simple example. How can you add your first prompt and then use these follow-up prompts for summarize and rewrite your text in more professional way. Now let's run our first let's run our first prompt. We will use, for example, this example 1, 2, and 3. But first, you need to know how can you transform this theory into a real practice. Now that you understand what a prompt is, the next logical step, as I already told you, is to run a first practical example. This is very, very important moment, and it matters because it transformed an abstract concept into a real experience. Up to this point, you may understand prompting in theory, but theory becomes much more meaningful when you see that a simple natural language instruction can produce a useful result. For beginners, this is often a moment when AI starts to feel real rather than distant or overly technical. It shows the user that does not need to start with advanced coding knowledge in order to begin interacting with a model in a meaningful way. A strong first demonstration should be simple, safe, and easy to understand. For example, you as a student might ask the model to explain cloud computing for a beginner, as you can see, or for example, artificial intelligence. To summarize a short paragraph, rewrite a sentence more professionally, or compare the two basic technical concepts. The goal is not to impress learners with complexity. The goal is to show that the quality of the instructions directly affects the usefulness of the result. This also introduces a very important beginner habit. Even when the answer looks good, you as a student or anybody else should still review it carefully for correctness, relevance, and clarity before trusting it completely. So, of course, running your first prompt is not require some kind of perfection. It is about learning how the interaction works. You as a student should feel free to experiment, make small changes, compare results, and observe how even minor adjustment in wording can lead to a different kind of answer. This mindset prepares you as a student for our later lessons on prompt quality, model parameters, and evaluation. Of course, in this lesson, I'm trying to introduce you the idea of observation. So you as a student should not only look at whether the prompt produces an answer, you should also notice the tone, level of detail, structure, and relevance of that answer. By observing this quality closely, you as a student begin to develop a much stronger instinct what makes prompt effective. That observational skill becomes extremely valuable in a large, even later stage of AI learning. So let's hop to our ChatGPT, for example, and try some of these prompts. Now let's see prompting in action. We will officially run our first prompt. I will now just copy our first example, and here we will try to explain, to ask our model, we will use ChatGPT, to explain artificial intelligence in the simple terms for a university student. Let me just go here and paste this as a plain text. Let's try again to copy this once again. And let's send this prompt. After some time, we are getting an answer, a response, or output. And you can see what is artificial intelligence and how our model structure this answer based on our input for a simple prompt to explain what is artificial intelligence, and in simple terms for you as audience is university student, as you can see. And this is quite an answer, as you can see. The model uses bullets, and finally in one sentence you can see what is artificial intelligence in one sentence, of course. Now if I go to, for example, number 2, we need to summarize this paragraph in 3 bullet points. Let me first copy this example and I will paste this here. We can also try with a new chat if you want, here in simple terms. And now I will try, for example, from this site to copy one of the let me just copy this paragraph, and I will now hold my shift and hit on enter to write in a new line in my chat space, and let me copy this simple paragraph, and I want to summarize this paragraph in 3 bullet points. Let me hit on enter, and let's see what we are asking. We are asking our model to summarize this paragraph. Of course, you can copy a lot longer paragraph, and as you can see, we are getting a summarization in 3 bullet points. Finally, we can use our third example to rewrite this text in more professional tone. Let me just once again copy this example. We can open a new chat if you want, and I will try to paste this as a plain text, and let me copy once again the same paragraph, and finally paste it to our prompt and hit on enter. As you can see, this is a more professional way and more professional tone. So you can change this tone. If I, for example, copy once again this paragraph, and for example, sorry, I made a mistake. Let me just type something else. As you can see, I want to now change my tone and rewrite this text for a 10-year-old kid. So as you can see, we are getting a response just like a 10-year kid for a 10-year kid. So you can change your tone, audience, examples, and so on and so forth. And finally, let's try to generate some image. For example, I can write something, generate an image based on Microsoft Let's, for example, try to generate an image based on Microsoft AI Fundamental exam and try to, for example, include a boy and a girl. So we need to log in. It doesn't really matter. I will now simply copy this message and, for example, go to Gemini. Let's try Gemini. And we are creating our image. So I'm logged into Gemini, so we are trying to different models. It really doesn't matter. The intention of this lecture is to simply see how can we use a different kind of prompts to generate an image, to summarize some content, to explain some different, as you can see, to rewrite text in more professional tone, to change the tone, to summarize the paragraph in 3 bullet points, to explain what is artificial intelligence. So you can play around with this and use your own Gemini is stuck. Also, let me now try our Copilot. I will start a new chat and let me copy for some reason. Here it is. Let me try our Copilot. And finally, Copilot is starting to create an image for us. So you can see even these models or generative AI is not capable, sometimes not capable to generate an image or write a text or something else. So we are using a different offers. And finally, as you can see, by a matter of minute, you can generate an image for our course. And it's a funny image. And we are avoiding a red color, for example. And finally, Copilot is using one of these models, opusily ChatGPT, to generate this picture. And that's it. This is our image. You can even go beyond this and work in something called designer in your Copilot, so you can work on your picture even further. And as you can see, this is how can you generate a nice and quality image based on simple prompt, which is not some complicated prompt, as you can see. And that's it. Let's jump to our next lesson, and we will learn why this prompt matters. We will learn the difference between weak and improved prompts. Prompting matters because the model depends on the user's interaction to understand what kind of task it is being asked to perform. The prompt provides direction, scope, context, and often the expected format of the answer. If the instructions is vague, incomplete, or poorly structured, the output may be also vague, incomplete, or misaligned. In contrast, a clear and well-constructed prompt can improve relevance, reduce ambiguity, and produce output that is much more useful for the intended purpose. In practical terms, prompting is one of the easiest ways to improve AI results without changing the underlying model. From an Azure perspective, prompting is not just a personal productivity habit. It is also part of solution design. When developers, architects, or AI teams build applications, that rely on deployed models, they often create structured prompt, so the model responds in the correct format within the correct boundaries and with the correct tone for the business scenario. Better prompting can improve consistency, reduce wasted requests, lower cost caused by repeated retries, and support more predictable application behavior. In other words, prompting is not only about talking to the model better. It is about designing a better interaction patterns between users, applications, and models. So, for example, in this lesson, you as a student need to understand the important way of thinking. If the result is weak, the first question should not be always, is the model is bad? Very often, the better first question is, was the instructions clearly enough? That shift in clear thinking helps that become more effective much faster because they learn to improve their own input better before assuming the tool has failed. Also, this is also very practical because you as students often need to hear the same truth in a simple language. The way you ask matters. A model can only work with the input it receives. If the instructions is a weak, vague, or missing context, as I already told you, our model has less guidance for practical and strong results. That single idea explains a surprising amount of success or failure in early generative AI usage. For example, as you can see in our table, we have difference between weak and improved prompt. For example, when you ask something like explain AI, you will get a very basic answer. But if you improve this prompt, for example, explain AI for first-year students in 5 short paragraphs with one real-world example. Here you have context, tone, you have audience, and what do you want to achieve. Of course, this two-week prompt is something like summarize this or write an email. Instead, you can ask something like summarize this text in 3 bullet points, focus on business benefits and risk, or something like write a professional follow-up email after a technical meeting. Keep the tone polite and concise. So here you specify what tone do you want, and you want that email or text for this email will be concise. And this is a professional follow-up email after your technical meeting. So let's see some better prompts and see what are we getting and see the difference in our outputs. And welcome back, and we will see now more improved prompts. As you can see, once again we are in our chatgpt.com and I'm logged in as me. I'm using now free account. Of course, I'm using ChatGPT. Here you can upgrade this if you want. As you can see, I'm using this plus option, which is 23 euros per month, and you're getting something in advanced model and so on. But I'm using this with my different email. I'm using this dumb email just to show you how can you work with most improved prompts. Here I have 3 examples. First, we will try to see the example of how can we generate a text. I will now simply copy this prompt, which I already prepared for this lesson, and let me paste this in our chat, and I will now explain. Now, as I already told you, there is weak prompt and improved prompt. There is a different technique. So prompt engineering is a very powerful, and you can talk about prompt engineering and create a course 10 hours long, but we are using our simple technique. You can use, for example, zero-shot prompt, chain of thought, react, or some else technique, but we are using this simple technique. So for our first example, we are asking our model, and this is our prompt, that what we want to achieve. You're a professional business writer, so we are adding a role. Your task is to create a detailed LinkedIn article. Tone, formal yet approachable, inspiring confidence. Audience is mid-level managers in IT companies who are exploring AI adoption. Context, as you can see, is the company is considering Microsoft Copilot integration to improve productivity. And what output do we want to achieve? A 600 words article with a clear instructions, 3 structured sections, benefits, challenges, implementation steps, and a concise conclusion with a call to action. Include one real example and use bullet points for a key takeaways. So in this prompt, we already added our role, tone, audience, context, and output. Let me send this prompt and see what are we getting. And you can see everything that we specified in our prompt, we are getting here. And one real world example. So it really depends how you structure your prompt, and the answer really depends on it. So you can see, if you upgrade to Plus and use the latest thinking model, you can get a better result. And this is a very, very great answer. So you can also ask your ask follow-up prompts, for example, if you want something else, and we are getting a conclusion. So you can see, with a clearly structured prompt, you're getting a great result. Also, this is what I already told you, that ChatGPT can make mistakes. Check important info. Always check your output. Finally, let's try different example. I now want to send this prompt and create an image. We already saw how can we create image from a simple and not so structured prompt. Let me open a new chat and we will paste this prompt as a plain text here. So once again, I'm giving a role to model. You're a creative visual designer. Your task is to generate a professional marketing image. Tone is modern, clean, and futuristic. Audience is business professional attending an AI conference. Context, this image will be used as a banner for a keynote presentation about AI in the workplace. And output is a high-resolution digital illustration showing a diverse group of professionals collaborating around holographic AI interfaces in a sleek conference setting. Use cool tones, so blue, silver, white, and ensure the composition feels innovating and inspiring. So once again, we are adding our role, task, tone, audience, context, output. Let me send this prompt. And as you can see, we are getting our image created, and you can track your image here. Once again, weak prompts, you can see the difference between weak prompts and improved prompts. So my intention in the previous chapter, when we send our first prompt, was just to show you how can you and what results are you getting when you send something. Like, if you remember, just let me go back. How can we explain artificial intelligence in simple terms for university student? Then we try to summarize some paragraph in 3 bullet points and then rewrite some text in a more professional tone. And we saw how can we create a different image from 2 or 3 sentences. And now, as you can see, we are using more structure and better prompts, and you can see the result. From our prompt, we're getting a clear and professional image. So you can share this image. Let me just click here, and here it is. You can see this is a professional image created in a matter of seconds. Then here you can even go more to describe your edits, and you can edit this picture as well. You can dictate. For example, I can add something like add one more person to this image. And let's see, it's analyzing, and finally we will get another image, and you can see how it goes. So you can even dictate if you want. This is the pure example of text to speech. Sorry, speech to text. This is very important because you must understand why prompting matters and why prompting engineering is a separate mastery or separate craft, to say at least. Let's see what kind of picture are we getting. We do just one more sentence. Of course, you can copy this message, share this prompt, or even edit this message if you are not satisfied with your answer. And finally, as you can see, another person is added here. So this is the difference of, as you can see, what results are you getting just based on one sentence. This person is here. And now the last example is how can we generate both. This is our third example, text plus image. You can specify more than one task, tone, or output. Let me just copy this prompt here as a plain text. So this is a much larger prompt. As you can see, I am giving a role. You are a professional content strategist and creative visual designer. Then we need to add a task. Your task is to produce a cohesive marketing package for an AI transformation keynote. Our tone is inspirational, futuristic, and professional. Audience is business leaders and HR managers attending in AI conference. Context is this package. The package will promote a keynote session, AI in the workplace, across the different website, social media, and blog. And output. We have two outputs. First is a 700-word blog post with a compelling introduction, 3 structured sections: futures of work, copilot benefits, leadership perspective, 1 quote for a thought leader, and 3 actionable takeaways in bullet points. And the second one is high resolution keynote banner, image showing a modern conference hall with holographic AI visuals, diverse professional engaged in discussions, and the word AI in the workspace keynote, integrated into design using a palette D, blue, silver, and so on, and to convey innovation and trust. Let's send this prompt, and just like that, so this is two. We are adding two things in our prompt. First is to create text, and the second one is to create image. So for the first one is image. So as you can see, once again, we are adding our roles, task, tone, audience, output, context, and that's it. This is the whole prompt. As you can see, how long is this prompt. And finally, the more details you add to your prompt, the more better result you're getting. So once again, you can copy, share prompt, or edit this message. And finally, let's wait a little bit. And this is our image. So we are not getting our text. I don't know why, because maybe because this is a free version. But as you can see, this is our different prompt. So let me just send this once again, and we are getting only image. So sometimes even, let me just stop this if we can. It really doesn't matter, but this is how can you send your prompt and get your prompt even more professional. This is a professional prompt, as you can see, with a clear intention, and this is some kind of skeleton prompt. How can you add a role, task, tone, audience, context, outputs? Thank you for watching, and this is all about prompts. But before we moving to agents, just to show you that we're getting a different result. So this is our prompt. As you can see, now we are getting the correct result. As you can see, this is why we specified in our prompt. So this is the picture that you're getting with a lot of text, and it's ready, for example, for your LinkedIn post. Now we are moving to the agents. Agents are AI-powered system designed to do more than generate a single answer to a single prompt. Instead of only responding once and stopping there, an agent can work toward a broader goal. It can follow instructions, keep track of context, use connected tools or resources, and produce an outcome, and this is more task-oriented than a standard chat response. In beginner language, an agent can be described as an AI system that is built not only to answer but to help act with a controlled scope. This distinction matters because many useful AI scenarios are not just isolated questions and answers interactions. In real environments, users often want the system to help complete a workflow. For example, an agent might receive a request, gather relevant information, apply instructions, generate a response, and then pass the result to another step in a business process. Microsoft's current AI direction places growing importance on the agents because they represent a more practical and scalable way of packaging AI capabilities into useful business experiences. We as students should also understand that enterprise agents are not completely autonomous in the science fiction sense. In professional environments, agents are designed with limits, guardrails, permissions, instructions, monitoring, and human oversight. Their value comes from increasing efficiency and usefulness in specific scenarios, not from replacing all human judgment. That is why Azure-based learning continues to emphasize governance, evaluations, and responsible use whenever agents are introduced. A useful teaching technique for me as an instructor is that you as a student must understand that a standard chat interaction with an agent-driven scenario. For example, in a simple chat, the model may answer a question and stop. In an agent scenario, the system may interpret the goal, retrieve information, use a tool, and then continue toward a fuller outcome. This comparison helps you, as a student, to see why concept of agents matters and why it represents more than just a name for a chatbot. If you like to explore agents further in a more practical and platform-specific context, I also cover this topic in one of the courses on my YouTube channel. In that course, students, or you, or anybody else, can become familiar with how agents are used in Microsoft 365 Copilot and in Copilot Studio environment. This can be especially helpful for learners who want to move from foundational understanding into more applied scenarios and see how agents concept appear in Microsoft modern productivity and AI ecosystem. And the last lesson in this first part of this course is why agent even matters. They matter because they help move AI from isolated conversation into practical execution. A one-time prompt response interaction can be useful, but many businesses scenarios require the system to maintain context, follow instructions across multiple steps, interact with information sources, or support a complete workflow. Agents help meet these needs by combining model intelligence with structure, tools, and control access to data or services. This makes them especially important in modern enterprise AI designs. In Azure-focused solutions, agents matter because organizations increasingly want AI that is useful in context, not only impressive in isolation. They want systems that can summarize information, answer grounded questions, help users complete different tasks, support internal processes, and connect intelligently with business systems in a secure way. The agent models support this direction because it adds structure and purpose to generate AI. Instead, simply asking a model to produce text, the organization can design an experience around a defined job to be done, which makes the AI solution more practical and more valuable. Also, in a company where I work as a consultant, I recently created an internal agent, for example, for HR department, and then that agent simply help people in HR to in a daily work. Then, even for me, I created autonomous agent in Copilot Studio to answer every time when I receive an email, that agent will respond and send some different answer. So you can use triggers for that and different kind of connectors. But as I already told you, if you want to learn more about agents, there is a separate course where I talked only about agents. Then this is currently the currently the trend in AI. So for example, we are now moving from asking models to generate answers to our building system that can contribute to actual work. This does not remove the need for people. For example, instead, this changes the role of AI from passive output generation to more structured assistance inside our real workflows. So you as a student should also understand that the value of agents depends heavily on design quality. An agent is not automatically useful just because it exists. It becomes useful when it has a clear purpose, relevant access to information or tools, such as knowledge, for example, and boundaries that keep it aligned with the intended task. This reinforces an important professional lesson. Good AI solutions are designed, not merely enabled. So, agents can't automate repeatable tasks. Agents can provide more consistent or context-aware responses that are basic one of prompt. Agents can connect model outputs with tools, workflows, or enterprise data. And of course, agents can improve productivity when designed with clear boundaries and oversight. Once again, if you're interested to learn more about agents, go to my course on this YouTube channel. Text-based AI workloads are among the most common, most mature, and most accessible AI scenarios for beginners. These workloads involve processing, analyzing, transforming, classifying, extracting, or generating written language. Typical examples include summarization, translation, sentiment analysis, key phrase extraction, name entity recognition, conversational assistance, question answering, and text generation. Because so much of human knowledge, business communications, and daily digital interaction is expressed through text, this workload family is central to main real Azure AI solutions. Microsoft provides several ways to work with text in Azure. Depending on the scenarios, users may encounter a language analysis service for extracting meaning from text, translator capabilities for multilingual communications, and generative models through Microsoft Foundry. for producing or rewriting text. The right choice depends on the actual business goals. If the goal is to classify feedback, detect entities, or extract useful information. A language analysis, of course, the service may be best for fit. If the goal is to create, rewrite, summarize, or explain content, a generative model may be more appropriate. Then, as I already told you, business analyst can, for example, use text AI for sentiment and feedback analysis. A support team may use it for foundational and routing. An educator may use it for explanation and translation. A developer may it use for extraction, classifications, or conversational features. You as the students, you can see the same workload through several real roles, and technology becomes much easier to understand and remember. So once again, you can summarize a long content into short explanations, classify customer feedback by topic or sentiment, extracting names, locations, dates, or key phrases for documents, translating content into other languages, or generating draft responses or explanation for specific audience. When we talk about speech AI workloads, it focuses on transforming spoken language into useful digital information or turning digital text into natural sounded spoken output. The two most common examples are speech to text and text to speech. Speech to text converts spoken words into written text, while text to speech converts written language into synthesized voice input or output. These capabilities are valuable in accessibility scenarios, meeting transcriptions, voice interfaces, call analysis, assistant, customer service experiences or CSA, and multilingual communication. We as beginners should understand that speech workloads involve more than simply detecting sounds. The service must identify patterns in audio, separate speech from noise, recognize language, and convert what was spoken into usable text. In text-to-speech scenarios, the opposite happens. The system takes written content and produces audio that aims to sound natural, clear, and understandable. Azure Speech Services help organizations consume these capabilities without building the underlying voice models themselves, which makes them practical for both simple and advanced solutions. For AI 901 learners, or us, it is especially useful to connect speech workloads to real-life scenarios. Examples should include live transcriptions in meetings, reading content aloud for accessibility, enabling voice navigations in applications, turning customers' calls into searchable text, or supporting language learning experiences. These examples show why speech belongs in the larger family of Azure AI workloads, and why it is not only a niche technology, but a practical component of many modern digital solutions. In this lesson, this lesson will try to help you as a student to understand that speech AI often feels natural to users because speaking is one of the most human forms of interaction. That is exactly why speech workloads are so important in modern applications. When systems can listen and speak effectively, they become more accessible, more intuitive, and more capable of fitting into real human workloads. For us, as students or beginners, that makes speech an excellent example of how AI can improve both technology and user experience in the same time. In the next lesson, we will talk about AI workloads or computer vision. Computer vision workloads enable software to derive useful meaning from images, videos, and other visual content. In practical terms, this means AI can be used to analyze pictures, identify objects, read text from images, describe scenes, detect visual features, or support inspections and monitoring scenarios. Computer vision matters because a large amount of real-world information exist in visual form rather than in neat text or database records. If software can interpret that visual information, many processes become faster, more scalable, and more intelligent. From an Azure perspective, computer vision's workloads may include image analysis, optical character recognitions or OCR, caption generations, tagging, and other capabilities provided through managed services. For us as a student or beginners, the most important lessons is not the internal mathematics of how the model works. The important lessons is understanding what kinds of problems vision can solve. Examples include analyzing product images, extracting text from scanned documents, for example, understanding scenes in photographs, improving documents digitalizations, or supporting automation for industries that depends on visual inspections. Of course, this lesson works very well when you want to imagine how often they interact with visual information every day. For example, you on a daily basis you know or work with photos, scanned papers, product catalogs, street signs, forms, and videos all contains data. Vision workloads are about helping machines work with that data in a structured and useful way. Another helpful way to explain computer vision is to compare it to human observations, while still making it clear that machines' vision works differently. A person may look at a photo and instantly understand the scene. An AI system needs models, processing, and learn patterns to interpret the same content. The difference helps students, or you, to understand why vision can be powerful but still imperfect, and why results should be validated in practical or sensitive scenarios. So, the most important from this lesson that with the help of computer vision, you can read printed or handwritten text from images, generate descriptions or captions for visual content, detect and classify objects in images, support document digitalization and analysis, and, for example, improve the automation in industries that depend on visual inspection. The last subject of AI workloads is information extraction. So, information extraction workloads focus on identifying, isolating, and pulling useful data from large bodies of content. The source material might be free text, forms, invoices, contracts, receipts, scanned pages, images, or other documents. The goal is to convert raw or semi-structured content into information that can be searched, classified, validated, stored, or used in business processes more efficiently. This is highly valuable because many organizations still depend on content that contains important information but is difficult to process manually at scale. In Azure, information extraction may involve combining text recognition, document analysis, entity extraction, and language understanding. For example, a service might read a scanned invoice, identify the supplier, invoice total, issue date, and line items, and then send that information into another system for approval or further processing. The value is not only technical convenience, it also includes greater speed, better consistency, reduced manual effort, and improved ability to work with very large volumes of content accurately. So, for you as a student, this workload is especially useful because it sits at the intersection of language, vision, and business automation. It shows that AI is not only about conversation and chat experiences, it is also about transforming difficult, document-heavy processes into cleaner digital workflows. That is one reason information extraction remains such a practical topic in Azure AI, learning, and in real enterprise environments. So in this lesson, we learn how AI can reduce repetitive human effort. Many people immediately understand the value of extracting key information from invoices, receipts, or forms because these are familiar business tasks. When you as a student see that AI can speed up those tasks while improving consistency, the technology begins to feel practical and relevant rather than only impressive in just a theory. The next very important topic from exam perspective is what is responsible AI? And what are principles of responsible AI? So responsible AI refers to the disciplined design, development, deployment, and use of AI systems in ways that are ethical, trustworthy, and aligned with human values. Microsoft consistently emphasizes that AI should not only be powerful, but also fair, reliable, safe, secure, inclusive, transparent, and accountable. For us as beginners, this topic is essential because technical capability alone is not enough. A useful AI system must also be used in a way that protects people, respects boundaries, and supports sound decision making in real situations. These principles matter because AI systems can produce biased outcomes, make confident but incorrect statements, expose sensitive information, or behave unpredictably if they are not governed well. Responsible AI introduces the expectations of human oversight, testing, monitoring, access control, data protection, and clear communication about what the system can do and cannot do. In Azure-based scenarios, this shows up in features such as content filtering, evaluation, security controls, and the need to review AI output before acting on it in important situations. So, this is a very strong place when I want to remind you as a student that responsible AI is not a legal footnote added to the end of some kind of project. It is designed principle that should shape how solutions are built from the beginning. If you as a student understand this very early, you will think about AI in a much more professional and mature way. Also, this lesson or this topic encourages you as a student to think more broadly about trust in a professional environments. People do not adopt AI systems simply because they are advanced. They adopt them when they believe the system is governed, safe, understandable, and aligned with organizational values. Responsible AI helps create that trust, which is one of the reasons it remains central to Microsoft's approach and to seriously work more generally. So there is a 6 principles of responsible AI, and believe me, this is a very, very important for the exam side. The first is a fairness. AI should avoid unjust bias and unequal treatment. In practical terms, this means that systems should not produce outcomes that disadvantage certain people or groups without a valid reasons. So you can think of this fairness as the effort to make AI decisions and outputs more balanced, respectful, and equitable. The second principle is reliability and safety. AI should perform consistently and avoid harmful failure patterns. This means that system should behave in a stable way, especially in important scenarios, and should be tested so that errors do not create unnecessary risk. A good explanation for you is that AI should not only work with conditions when conditions are perfect, but should also be designed to fail as safely as possible when something goes wrong. Then we have privacy and security. Data and access must be protected. This principle reminds us that AI systems often process sensitive information, so organizations must protect the data carefully and limit who can access it. In simple terms, you can think of this as making sure that systems respect confidentiality and is protected against misuse or unauthorized access. The fourth principle is inclusiveness. AI should support people with diverse needs and background. In practice, this means that AI systems should be designed with different users in mind, including people with varying abilities, experiences, and context. Some kind of helpful way to understand or explain this is to say that AI should make technology more accessible and useful for more people, not only for a narrow group of users. The fifth principle is transparency. Users should understand the system purpose and limitations. This does not mean every user needs deep technical knowledge. but they should have a clear idea of what the system is designed to do and where the limits are. For you as a student, a simple explanation for this principle is that people should not be misled into thinking AI is more capable, more certain, or more human-like than it really is. And finally, the last principle is accountability. Human remains responsible for how AI is designed and used. Even when AI systems are highly capable, people and organizations must still take responsibility for the outcome, decisions, and risk connected to them. A useful way to explain that is that AI can assist humans, but it does not remove human responsibility to oversight, judgment, and governance. All these six responsible AI: fairness, reliability and safety, privacy and security, inclusiveness, transparency, accountability, is very, very important for this and other exams. So as you can see, why responsible AI matters. When you design a principle that should shape solutions from the beginning, AI systems can produce biased outcomes or make confident but incorrect statements. Responsible AI introduce human oversight, testing, monitoring, and access control. So in Azure, this includes content filtering, evaluation, and security controls. People adopt AI when they trust that it is governed, safe, and aligned with values, and responsible AI is not a legal footnote, it is central to professional AI work. This is all what do you need for your exam. And now we are officially starting our part 2 of this course, this prep or preparation course for new AI 901 exam. And in this part 2 we will now be more practical oriented. So in this part 2 we will learn what is Azure and Microsoft Foundry. But first let's learn what is Azure. If you're not familiar with Azure, Azure is Microsoft Cloud Platform. It provides a wide range of online services that organizations and individuals can use to build, host, manage, secure, and scale applications, data environments, and AI solutions, instead of buying, configuring, and maintaining all infrastructure locally. You as a user can consume cloud resources such as compute, storage, networking, identity, databases, analytics, and AI service on demand. This changes the way solutions are being built, because it makes advanced technology accessible without requiring every organization to operate its own large physical infrastructure. In the context of AI 901, Azure matters because it provides the cloud environment in which AI models and AI services can be deployed, consumed, governed, and scaled. Azure gives learners a practical platform for working with resources, subscriptions, security boundaries, endpoints, keys, and managed services. It allows students to move beyond theory and begin practical understanding how real AI solutions are delivered in cloud environments. In simple terms, if the earlier lessons explain what AI is, Azure helps explain where and how that AI is actually used in practice. So a very practical way to describe Azure to learners, to you, is to say that it gives organizations access to technology as services instead of requiring them to own and maintain everything themselves. That shift is one of the most common reasons that cloud platforms have become so important. They allow teams to experiment faster, scale more easily, and adopt advanced capabilities such as AI without needing to build every piece of infrastructure from the ground up. So, let me just finish this lesson with this. Azure provides cloud infrastructure and managed services. It supports resources deployment, configuration, and governance. Azure includes AI capabilities such as Microsoft Foundry and Azure AI services. Also, Azure helps organizations build scalable AI solutions without managing every component manually. Every time when I start to create a cloud, Azure or AWS certification course, one of the most important question is this basic stuff. What is Azure? How to open a free account? What are the challenges, and so on and so forth. So in this lesson, I want to talk about how to open a free Azure account, so you can get started with Azure step by step. So to begin working with Azure, you as a student need an Azure account with an active subscription. Microsoft often provides a way for new users to start with a free Azure account, but the exact offer, available services, credit amount, and eligibility conditions can change over time. That is why it is so important to teach students not to memorize marketing details, but to verify the current offer on the official Azure website. The real learning objective in this lesson is understanding that Azure services, including AI resources, are consumed through a subscription boundary that controls billings, permissions, and the scope in which resources can be created and managed. In a beginner-friendly explanation, the process usually involves signing in with a Microsoft account, choosing or creating an Azure subscription, completing identity and payment verification if required, and then accessing the Azure portal. Even when a free offer is available, students should also understand that cloud resources are still real viable services. This is a very good moment to introduce healthy cloud habits early. Monitor usage, understand that some of the services may not be free, then you must read the offer carefully and delete resources when they are no longer needed. This way, you as a student or consumer begin your Azure journey with the right balance of enthusiasm and responsibility. Also, I can reassure you that opening an account is simply the gateway to learning. You don't need to understand everything in Azure on one day. Even for me, I am working in Azure over 8 years, and I'm still learning every day. Sometimes some things are moved here or there, or UI can change, but the simplicity of Azure portal is here. So you need to understand that enough to get access to the platform, you can explore this safely and start building familiarity with the environment. Of course, with this message, I will try to help you to reduce some anxiety for complete beginners who may need or feel intimidated by cloud platforms at first. It is also useful that creating an account is not a commitment to. It is useful to know that this is not a commitment to master the entire platform immediately. It is simply first step in gaining access to a learning environment, and once that you understand that the sign-up process feels less intimidating and more like opening the door to hands-on experience rather than entering a world that you expect to understand all at once. So, first you need to create or sign in with Microsoft account, then open the official Azure sign-up page and review the current offer carefully, create an Azure subscription if prompted, access the portal after the setup is complete, and you need to monitor spending and remove unused resources and after practice. Let's hop to official Azure site and I will show you how can you open a new free account. Just for the purpose of this lesson, I am in my private incognito mode, just to show you because I already sign up for my account. So, as you can see, if you go to azure.microsoft.com, you can create your own free account. You can build in the cloud with, of course, with an Azure account. But first, let's see what are we getting here. So, you have two options. The first option is pay as you go. This is best for customers that are ready to start building your workloads. You have free monthly account of 20 plus popular services for 12 months. This is only available for new customers. Free monthly amounts of 65 always free resources or services. Access to full catalog of services with no cap on service usage. Technical support options is available. no upfront commitment, cancel anytime. So what is this mean? It means you're paying only what you use. That's it. If you're using, for example, virtual machine for 1 hour in that 30 days, you will only pay it for that 1 hour. And if you want, there is no action required to continue beyond these 30 days. So you can try this or sign up for this. Or if you are new customer, you can use something called Azure Free Account. What are you getting if you open a free account? First, this is available only to new Azure customer. You only get free a monthly amount of 20 popular services for 12 months. Free monthly accounts of 65 services. Always free services. Access to full catalog of services of up to free amount and $20 of credit. What that means? It means that you're now, in that 30 days, you have $2,000 of credit. You can use different services, try this, try that, and all money that you spend by running, for example, virtual machine will be deducted from this $200 credit. As you can see, spending protection is you don't need credit card, you need credit card to open account, but that won't be charged from your account. There is no upfront commitment. You can cancel anytime, and you can move up to pay-as-you-go pricing beyond 30 days or after credit is used up. So if you, for example, in that 30 days, if you spend that $200 of credit, then your credit card will be used. But if you don't want to spend all that $200, after that 30 days, you will need to confirm that after this trial is finished, you can move up to use existing account, but then you will move to the pay-as-you-go option. And of course, it is very easy to open your account, and as you can see, there is what is popular, and you can learn more about Azure, how to calculate cost, and everything else. Of course, there is a frequently asked question. You can go to this site, official Microsoft site, and read all of this. And finally, if you scroll down to the bottom of this page, you can check out if your Azure available in your location. And there is, as you can see, 140 countries and regions, including this list below. So if you're living in one of these countries and regions, you can open Azure Free account. And now, if I click on try Azure for free, I can't walk you through the complete process. First, if you don't have new account, click on create new account. When you click on create new account, you'll be automatically go here, and you need to enter your email address. Then you will go to next. Then you must add your personal details. On the second page, you need to add your billing account. And finally, after you add your billing account and click on next, then Microsoft will deduct $1 from your account and immediately return to your account just to verify your identity. This is because there is bad actors and your identity must be correct. So that's it. This is how can you create a simple account. If you want to see this in action, go to one of my courses on this channel, and there is even more detailed explanation how can you create your first account. And now let's see how can we set up our environment for future use. AI 901 is not a deep developer certification, but the current learning direction expects students to be comfortable with the basic Python examples to call AI models and services. Because of that, it is useful to prepare a lightweight development environment this early. So, a practical beginner setup usually includes Visual Studio Code as the editor, Python as the runtime, and helpful extensions that improves the coding experience. This setup will give you a simple and realistic way to test examples, understand how client applications interact with cloud services, and gain confidence without needing a heavy engineering background. At a high level, the setup process is straightforward. First, you must install Python from the official source and verify that it runs from the command line. Next, install Visual Studio Code and open a dedicated folder for your course exercises, and then install the Python extension so the editor can recognize Python files, provide syntax support, and help run code more easily. You as a student should also become comfortable with terminal window, because many AI examples involve installing packages, using virtual environments, or running scripts from the command line. Even if you as a student is new to coding, you will become familiar with this simple workflow is extremely valuable. So in this lesson, this is also a good opportunity to explain that our goal is not only to turn you as a student into a software developer. The goal is to help you to feel comfortable enough to read, understand, and run foundational examples. That skill alone can make Azure AI concept feel much more concrete and much less abstract. For many learners, this lesson also reduces a common fear, the idea that coding must be mastered before AI can be understood. In reality, even a small amount of exposure to Python in development tools can be enough to make architecture of AI solutions much clearer. You as a student already saw how can we run prompts. Then we need to learn what is endpoints, authentication, and model responses fit together in a practical workflow. So I already installed my Python, Visual Studio Code, and Python extensions, but I will show you practically how can you do this. So as I already told you, you can create your own environment. You need to understand what do you need to download and what do you need to download first. First, we can go to official Python site and click this standalone installer. Let me click on here and we can download this. After it's complete, let's run this Python, and I can now run upgrade now, and I will upgrade my latest version, of course, and you can simply follow these instructions. I already installed my Python, so I'm installing once again. I'm upgrading my version. So before 2 or 3 months I already work with on some project, and I needed my Python to be installed. While this installing, you can also go to Visual Studio Code and, for example, download, if you don't have Visual Studio Code. I'll just see and wait to this setup to be finished. So as I already told you, this exam is not deep developer certification, but the basic understanding of Python is what you must know. Here it is, and let's close this. And finally, if I go to Visual Studio Code on first www.python.core/downloads, you can here download and install the newest version of Python. And finally, if I go to code.visualstudio.com/download, you can download Visual Studio Code for Windows, Linux, or macOS. When you click on this, you will be able to download this, and it's pretty straightforward installation, as you already know. in one of my previous courses when we talked about biceps, uh, I already showed you how can you work. So as you can see, my Visual Studio Code is running, so I will hit on yes, and finally you will need to accept this agreement, click on next, and click on next once again, and install. I will not install this, I will not finish, but as you can see, I already installed my Visual Studio Code. Now let me just go and open my Visual Studio Code. This is the latest version, of course. What you can do, or what you must do, is go and to this option, to the extensions, and find Python extensions by typing simple Python, as you can see, and you need to install this official version for Microsoft. Finally, when this extension is installed, go to your C drive, open a new folder, add a name for that folder. For example, if I go to my File Explorer, C drive, if I remember, this is my folder, and here this is your folder when all your workloads will be, or files will be here. Finally, you can go to File, open that folder that you just created, and you are now in that folder. Of course, when you're creating a new file, click on File, add a new file, or simply click here, and of course you can create folder right from here and add the name of your file .py. Finally, when you install your Python and extension and everything, you will get this icon, and you will see that this little play sign. You can run your Python file. And finally, this is just a simple Python script. Finally, if I, for example, go to my terminal, click on new terminal, I can run something as you need to install Python if you didn't install, but from here you can, of course, later on install any library that you want. But if you want to check your version, type simply Python -- version and hit on enter. As you can see, the latest version that we are using. So if you're getting this message, this means that the latest version of Python is installed on your local machine. So we are using, or I using Windows-based machine, or machine that runs WinOS, and you can do this on Linux, of course, and on your macOS. So Python 3.14.5 is the latest version, and we are ready to move on, and our environment is ready by installing Python and Visual Studio Code. So once again, install Python, verify the version, install Visual Studio Code, install the Python extension in Visual Studio Code, create a working folder for Azure AI practices. This is, as you can see, go to drive C, and finally use a terminal to run simple Python commands and scripts. You can use Python -version or pip -version to see the latest version of your Python. Thank you for watching, and now let's go to another lesson. If you are new to Azure, I will now make some kind of basic introduction in Azure. What is a resource group, a resource, etc. But if you want to learn once again more about Azure, or if you are come from some different environment and want to learn only AI and already have some certification or work in Azure, feel free to skip this lesson. This is just for those students or people or audience who are not familiar with basic Azure concept. So, understanding the building blocks of Azure platform is very, very important. But before students can create any AI service in Azure, you need to, or they need to understand a few core building blocks of this platform. A subscription is a top level billing level and governance boundary for Azure usage. Inside the subscription, resources are usually organized into resource groups. So, some kind of definition for a resource group will be, this is just a logical container that is used to organize related Azure resources for management, monitoring, permissions, and better cleanup. A resource is the actual service instance, such as storage account, virtual machine, database, or Microsoft Foundry resource, for example. These concepts may sound administrative at first, but they are essential for understanding how Azure is structured. For example, one of the most important things is region, the geographic location where the resource is deployed. So you as a user want the region that is closest to you for latency purposes, for some different kind of applications or workloads that you want to run. And finally, this structures matters because it helps you to understand where AI services live in Azure and how they are governed in practice. For example, when you create a Foundry service or resource, that resource belongs to a resource group, which belongs to a subscription, and it is deployed into a specific region. These details are not only administrative labels. They affect access control, cost, tracking, organization cleanup, and sometimes feature availability. So every region has different availability. For example, when you want to deploy AI resource, assist is one of the most used region, or for example, Sweden Central is a common place when you want to deploy Foundry, for example. Once that you understand this hierarchy, the Azure portal becomes much easier to interpret and much less overwhelming. So, in this lecture, I want to help you to reassure you that you don't need to master all of the Azure immediately. You need to understand these foundational ideas well enough to know where resources are created, how they are grouped, and why they matters. Once that mental model is clear, many later lessons becomes easier. This lesson is very valuable because it introduces you as a student to the structural thinking required in cloud work, rather than seeing Azure as a collection of random services. You as a student begin to see an organized environment with boundaries, containers, regions, and resources that are all related to one another. That understanding becomes extremely useful later when you deploy, manage, or clean up Azure resources. Once again, subscription is billing and governance boundary for Azure usage. Resource group is just a logical container that holds related Azure resources. A resource in individual Azure service instance like Foundry, storage, and so on. And region is just a geographical location where the resource is deployed. Before we move on and learn what is Microsoft Foundry, let's hop to our portal and see some other things that we need to know. Once that you open your free account or using your existing account, if you type in your search bar portal of your browser, of course, portal.azure.com, you're getting to something called Azure Portal. In this portal, you can create and work with different services. The most common Azure services is shown here, as you can see, like resource group, virtual machine, storage account, virtual networks, Microsoft Entra ID, app services, Cosmos DB, and different kind of SQL databases and so on and so forth. Here is your recently used resources, and you can add your favorite here. Of course, you can create your resource by clicking on this plus. If I scroll down, you can navigate through your subscription resource group. You can see all your resources or create some kind of dashboard. You can also have some different tools, like go directly from here to Microsoft Learn, Azure Monitor, or go to Microsoft Defender for Cloud. This is a different service for secure apps and infrastructure. And finally, there is something called cost management. You can analyze and optimize your cloud spending or spend for free. Also, there is a lot of useful links here, and finally you can download mobile app for Google Store or App Store. Here is your default directory, your tenant. If I click here, you can see that I'm logged with my main account, my main subscription. If I click on this cog here, you have different portal settings like subscriptions, your default directory. You can choose your appearance, menu behavior. You can choose themes. What do you want to see when you start this portal? Startup page, startup directory. You can change your language or region. You can add your own information, and signing out plus notification. You can also enable your level idle timeout. So if you, for example, did an active for 15 minutes, then you can sign out if you choose this option. Of course, you can check your notifications that are showing here. As you can see, this is my latest notification, and that's it. Of course, you can create dashboards and so on and so forth. If I click on this here, you can see the whole the portals of Microsoft Cloud. We have AI Foundry here, as you can see, or ai.azure.com. We will learn in the next lecture why is AI Foundry or Microsoft Foundry. There is Azure portal, Copilot Studio. If I click on, for example, to Copilot Studio, you can see that I'm using Copilot Studio with, this is my environment for Copilot Studio, and so on and so forth. So you can go to a different portals, as you can see, and we have this Data Explorer, Defender for Cloud, Intune, GitHub, Fabric IQ, Entra, Microsoft 365 Admin, Power Automate, Power Platform, Purview, Visual Studio Code right from here. If I click on this hamburger menu, you can see that we have all our favorites listed here, or if I go to all resources, you can see that we have our resources here. Because this is empty because I don't have any resource now. If I go, for example, here and click on create a resource, you will go on places called Marketplace. This is Microsoft Marketplace, and here you can find all services that you need. Of course, you can search it, and this is categories. As you can see, there is a lot of resources that you can create and search here. But the most important thing that I want to show you is to go to Azure Resources. Here you can track all your spendings for this month, and you can go to cost management and go to cost analysis, and you can even get detailed information about this month. For example, how much did you spend using your cloud? I don't have anything for this month, but the most important thing is that you can set up your cost alerts or create a budget. Let's create our budget. For example, if I go click on add budget, here you can choose your scope, your subscription. I will add my subscription. This is my first subscription. This is my personal subscription. Here I can add a name to this budget. Let me add, for example, AIB1, for example, budget 1. Then reset period I want to be monthly, quarterly, or annually. I want to be monthly. Here creation date is May 2026 and expiration date is, for example, 30 April 3rd 2028, and here you can set up whatever you want. And finally you can add an amount to your budget. I will add, for example, $10. Let's click on next. Finally, you can configure alert condition and you will get an email notification based on your spend. For example, we have something called actual cost. And for example, if my actual cost, if I spend, for example, $8, this is 8% of my current budget of my $10, I will receive, this will alert some trigger, and I will receive an email notification based on my spend. I can create something called action group, and of course you can add forecasted cost. For example, if you're creating much more resources and this forecasted spend goes beyond 80, this threshold goes beyond 80% of your budget, you will get exactly the same notifications. And finally, you need to add your email here and what language do you want, and hit on create, and your budget will be created. Creating a budget is a very good from the cost perspective. So this is one of the, let me say, boundaries of how much do you plan to spend for this particular month, for example. And that's it. This is the most important part of your cloud portal. Of course, we have search. You can search resources, services, free docs. If I type, for example, free services, if you click free services, you can see that all services that are free for 12 months, and we have different services, and this is services that always include monthly free amounts. Sorry. So you can use, for example, Azure SQL database with, you can see how many we core in seconds, Azure App Service, compute functions, Microsoft Enter ID, different kind of services for free, as you can see. And if you are a new user, you can also use these different services for 12 months. For example, you can use B2 series to create a virtual machine, and Linux or Windows to practice. And finally, we have something called Cloud Shell. You can work from Bash or PowerShell right on here, and notifications are shown here. So this was just a little example, or how can you create. The most important thing is cost management. How can you analyze and optimize your cloud spend, creating a budget and set up those boundaries, cost alerts, and so on. Now, I think this is enough for this lesson, because our main focus is Microsoft Foundry. And finally, we are getting to the core of this exam, and this is Microsoft Foundry. Before we create our first resource, let's learn what is Microsoft Foundry. Don't get me wrong, all of this lesson, or 23 lesson, if I remember correctly, are very important for the exam perspective, but that's only a theory. Let's see what is a Microsoft Foundry, and after that we will create our first resource, and that is, of course, Microsoft Foundry. So Microsoft Foundry is a Microsoft unified platform for building, deploying, evaluating, and managing modern AI applications and agents on Azure. In the context of AI 901, you as a student should understand that Foundry is the main environment where they can or you can explore models, create projects, deploy models for inference, test prompts in Playground, and begin building simple AI solutions. It helps you bring together capabilities that might otherwise feel scattered across multiple tools. This makes Foundry especially valuable for beginners because it provides a more focused AI-centered workspace inside the wider Azure ecosystem. A very helpful way to explain Foundry is to compare it to a dedicated workspace for AI development and experimentation. Inside that workspace, learners or students can organize projects, connect Azure resources, browse model options, deploy a model, test prompts, and gradually move toward more advanced capabilities such as evaluations, guardrails, and agents. Foundry does not replace Azure fundamentals such as subscriptions or resource groups, but it gives you as a student a more practical and purpose-built place to work with AI directly. This can make the learning process feel much more intuitive. So, for you as a student, this is one of the most important things to understand here is that Foundry is not just a portal page. It represents a Microsoft current direction for building practical AI applications in a more integrated way. That makes it an important platform concept, not just as a user interface to click through. For beginners, Foundry can also be reassuring because it reduces the feeling of having to piece everything together manually across many separate services. It creates a clearer place to focus learning. This does not remove the need to understand the Azure fundamentals, of course, but it does make the AI journey feel more structured, which can be extremely helpful when you are encountering cloud AI for the first time. So, to recap this, Microsoft Foundry is a dedicated workspace for AI development experimentations. It brings together capabilities for model discovery, deployment, testing, evaluation, and agent deployment in one integrated environment. It is for model discovery and deployment, project-based organization, playground testing, agent-oriented AI development, and for evaluation and operational management. Creating a first Microsoft Foundry resource is a practical milestone because it transforms an Azure subscription into a usable AI workspace. According to Microsoft Learn guidance, which these courses follow, the process generally involves selecting Azure subscription, creating or choosing a resource group, selecting a supported region, assigning a unique name to the Foundry resource, and then creating a project within that resource. You as a student should clearly understand the difference between the Azure Managed resource and the project created inside it. The resource provides the service boundary in Azure, while the project provides the place where the actual AI work is organized. So, let's talk more about this lesson. Is simply gives you a strong opportunity to slow the pace for see how can we create this resource, and that remind you to provision cloud resources is normal. So not every step is instant. Sometimes part of cloud learning is simply understanding that services must be created, configured, and made ready because they can be used. This is also a useful place to remind you that naming, organization, and region are not minor details. In cloud environment, those choices can affect clearly maintainability, cost awareness, and even which features are available, helping you to understand that early knowledge makes you much more prepared for real Azure work later on. So, for example, naming conventions are also very, very important. For example, you can add the name of your let's create a virtual machine, for example. You can add the name of your virtual machine. For example, Windows, underscore name of your resource group, underscore name of your environment, for example, testing or development or production, underscore the the name of your region, for example, underscore the name of your virtual machine, for example, this is VM6, 7, and so on and so on. But for this course, I will try to keep it more and more simple. We'll use simple names for our resource group, like RG1, for example, and then the name for our Foundry will be very, very simple, and the name for our project. So let's hop to our portal and see how can we create our first Foundry resource. So once again, we are in our Azure portal, portal.azure.com, and I will now go to create a resource, and let me type, for example, Foundry. You can see that we have different results, but we are interested in Microsoft Foundry. Let's click on that result, and finally, as you can see, we are looking this Foundry. We have 52 results just on Microsoft Foundry, but we are using this Microsoft as a publisher. This is very, very important, and as you can see, this is designed, customize and manage AI apps and agents at scale. Of course, you can go here and search Microsoft Foundry and you will get exactly the same. But I'm used to work like this, and I will use this to create our Foundry resource. If I click on Create Foundry Resource, we're getting a simple wizard that we must fill in with some information. As you already learned, we need to provide our subscription. As you can see, I will choose my Azure subscription. If you're using Visual Studio MCT subscription or some other subscriptions, working with Microsoft Foundry can be really tricky, because some of these models are not usable, to say at least. So I will use my pay-as-you-go subscription. I need to create my resource group, because as you can see, I don't have any resource group. As I already told you, we will use simple naming conventions, but you can use whatever you want. For example, RG1 dash the name of your region dash or underscore, I don't know, the name of your environment. And the name for Foundry must be unique. This is very, very important to know. We are now creating our Foundry resource, and we need to add the name for this resource. So I will add something like M Foundry 1, for example. And let's see, this is available. And as I already told you, there is East US 2 and Sweden Central. I will choose my Sweden Central. This is the best place to add, to host your, to create your region, to create your resource in that region. Finally, we need to add a name for our project. I will add, you can leave this project default, but I will add something like student wins, and that's it. We can add 26, for example. This is the year. Finally, if I go to different page, you can simply go to review and create, and this resource will be created. But let's click on next. Here in the storage, this is the basic tab. In the storage tab, you can see that you can upload some files, create data outputs, store different credentials when you connect to these different data sources, different tools, knowledge bases, and so on and so forth. And as you can see in the basic configurations, this type of data store is directly on Foundry resource. If you want, you can choose to use your own Azure storage location. For example, you can use for credentials storage, you can use something called Key Vault. Is if you hover your mouse here, you can see a different, a short explanation. So you can select a Key Vault resource to monitor your Foundry workspace performance and usage. For example, in Key Vault you can save all your secrets, API keys, and so on and so forth. If you want to create or take a live look at your logging for your models agents, you can use something called application insight. This is all separate resource, and you must create this resource before you add them here. We have something called agent service. You can use threads, messages, deployments, files, different managed Foundry resource by default, and integrate them with your Azure resources. And you can select your resources here. Also, you can add your storage account if you're using speech and language service. If you click here, you can see that you can select your storage to store your Foundry workspace data. Storage account is your place when you want to let me just in a simple way explain this, to host your different types of documents, for example, picture, images, codes, and so on and so forth. If I go to network, you can choose what do you want. For example, for inbound access, you can choose all networks. So all networks in your Azure environment will have access to the internet and can access to this resource. You can select different networks or disable all of these. If you go to identity, you can use something called system assigned identity or user assigned identity. This is we will in a later part of the course I will explain what is system and user assigned identity, so I will leave this as it is. And as you can see, we'll grant your user identity the user AI user role, so you can develop with all your project under this resource. So all these roles are something called role-based access control. I will not explain this. You can go and watch AZ900 fundamentals and you will see. Of course, you can use data encryption. So as you can see, all my data encryption is by default using Microsoft Managed Key. What that means? That means that Microsoft take care of all my keys and data which is encrypted with that keys. You can use custom managed key by creating something called Key Vault and add your own key. You can use tags for categorize this resource and so on and so forth. Finally, let's go to review and create, and we are running a final. So Azure are running a final validation, and finally, after, as you can see, we don't have any mistakes. Anything from here is simply basic. You can simply add just to remind you, simply add your subscription, select a resource group or create a new one, select your region, provide a unique Foundry resource name, and create a project for that name. You also must add a name for that project and simply click create. And finally, we are waiting for our provision to complete. As you can see, when I hit on create, Azure submitting this and deployment is in progress. And after 2 or 3 minutes or 1 minute, this deployment will be finished and there will be notification here showing that we created our first resource. So as you can see, it's very easy to create your first resource in Azure. And finally, we're still waiting. As you can see, Foundry is created and we're waiting for this deployment to finish, of course. And I want to show you, as you can see, we are getting our notification that deployment is succeeded here. And finally, if I click go to resource, we are seeing that we are now in our Foundry resource. This is our mFoundry 1. If I go to, for example, resource group and go inside our resource group, if you remember, we have two things. We have our Foundry, this is the name, and Students Wins 26, this is our Foundry project. So the first one is the name for our Foundry resource, and the second name is for the project inside that Foundry, that resource that we just created. And finally, if I go inside my Foundry, we can see that we have some different stuff here. We have keys and endpoints for this resource. We have encryption, networking, and so on and so forth. So you can deal with security, monitoring, automation, and so on. But for now, let's stop here, and after that, in the next lesson, we will explore Microsoft Foundry. So, as easy as it can be, this is how can you create your first resource, and this resource is very important for this exam. This is our Microsoft Foundry. Well, after the project or our Foundry project is created, you as a student should spend some time understanding the environment instead of rushing immediately into deployment. Exploration is important because many beginners feel overwhelmed the first time they had entered a cloud platform or AI workspace. So, a guided tour helps you to understand that Foundry is not just one screen, but a workspace with areas for projects, models, deployments, tool, and testing experience. The goal of this lesson is to build orientation and confidence before moving into more advanced tasks. So as you can see, this is our project and our M Foundry 1 project. This really doesn't matter because after this lecture I have some work and I will delete this resource, and before I move along with recording the rest of this course, this name might be different. So just to remind you that. Finally, this is our resource. If you want to work with our Foundry, we need to go to the Foundry portal. You can click here, as you can see, go to Foundry portal, or here, go to Foundry portal. Let me click here. I will sign in with my existing account, and as you can see, once again, this is our Foundry. As we going along with this course, we will learn what is API key, what is project endpoint. We have something called Azure OpenAI endpoint. You can see that we can create agents, explore playgrounds, find different models, introducing, for example, this is our new arrivals. We have GPT real-time 2 for low latency speech-to-speech conversation, introducing DeepSeek version 4 Pro, Grok 4.3. You can see coding, quick start, builder agent based on API, and so on and so forth. But before we move on, I will simply toggle this switch and we can continue without feedback. When I started working with Foundry a few years ago, Foundry was known Azure Foundry, Microsoft Foundry, the latest is Microsoft Foundry. So in the future, who knows, maybe this Microsoft Foundry changed this name, but the function is the same. So I'm now into old look, in old experience, and here, as you can see, we have different options. We have also this is the name of our project, endpoint keys, API keys, project details. This is my subscription. What is our resource group? And you can see different things like model catalog, playgrounds, agents, templates. So this is a full solution if you want to create work with agents and so on and so forth. Of course, I will now switch to the new Foundry resource, and let me just check this option. If you can see, you can create a new project, just like we created this Student Wins 26. You can create a new project from here, and you are getting completely new environment. So we will stick with it as our student Wins 26. So some kind of good explanation is to show how to locate your current project. So this is our current project. How can you recognize the parent Foundry resource? We can now browse the model catalog, identify where deployments appear, understand where experimentation happens through Playground or related tools. This lesson is also helpful to explain that Foundry is an actively evolving platform. So some visual details may change over time, as I already told you. If you as a students understand the purpose of each area, it will be much less likely to become blocked by small interface changes. So in the time, I don't know, in the future, 6 months or 1 year, this Foundry service may change name or UI or interface, of course, but the purpose will be, of course, the same. So, for example, exploration is also a learning skill itself. You as a students do not always need to perform an action immediately in order to make some progress. Sometimes simply understanding all these features or where things are, how the platform is organized, and which areas will matter later can reduce confusion dramatically, believe me. And this is why this lesson has value even before any major deployment or coding take place. Before we move on, it is also useful to explain that you will encounter some different deployment scope terms if you're working with models in Microsoft Foundry. But first, let's now, as I already told you, we will be working this new Foundry. And if I go to home, for example, this is our home page. As I already told you, we already saw this home page. If I go to discover, you can see that you can discover what's possible. You can check, this is some kind of overview page. You can view all models. You can explore models from popular providers, for example, Azure OpenAI. OpenAI is a vendor for ChatGPT. Anthropic is from Claude. We have Microsoft, different versions, some MAI or MAI. We have Meta, Llama, Mistral, DeepSeek, and so on and so forth. So this is a collection. And finally, this is a model leaderboard. For example, ChatGPT, you can see quality index, safety, throughput tokens per second, as you can see, and benchmark cost. For example, ChatGPT is the champion, current champion. The higher is better for quality index, for example. Exactly the same, we have Claude Opus 4.6, for example. This is Anthropic model. From Anthropic, of course, we have ChatGPT 5.4 version. We have Claude Opus 5.6, Kimi Key 2.6, DeepSeek version 4 Pro. As you can see, this is quality index. So the better, higher is the better. As you can see, this is an average of accuracy scores from comprehensive benchmarks, data sets, measuring model capabilities such as reasoning, knowledge, and coding. So this is some kind of unified judgment, to say. Then we have safety. As you can see, this is an average attack success rate from benchmark data sets. Evaluating behaviors in cybercrime, unauthorized intrusion, chemical and biological weapons, drugs, copyright violations, misinformations, and so on and so forth. So, as you can see, the champion is GPT 5.5 is the current champion. The lower is better. So as you can see, 0.000%. Then we have something called throughput per second, the token per second. The higher is better. And if I click on this sign, you can see the explanation that the number is of output tokens that are getting generated per second for the time the request is sent to the endpoint. Finally, we have something called benchmark cost. Lower is better. And this benchmark cost in US dollars is the actual cost to execute each model on the 8 quality benchmark dataset using the reasoning effort specified in the model detail page, and so on and so forth. So you can see all your feature tools here and some feature template solution if you want. And this is models built by Microsoft Foundry, because Microsoft Foundry, of course, this is owned by Microsoft, and you can use one of these models. If I go to leaderboard, and you can see that we are now into models tab. Model leaderboard, you can see everything just like in our Discover Overview page, with graphics for quality, safety, throughput, and benchmarks. And this is again the same table, but with different models. Once again, we have all this leaderboard by scenario. Before that, we have trade-off charts, so you can search models. For example, different models. Most attractive quadrant is Claude. As you can see, we have GPT 5.5, GPT 5.4, and so on and so forth. If I scroll down, we have leaderboard scenario, standard harmful behavior, constitutionally harmful behavior, copyright violations, knowledge in sensitive domains. So you can go and check this for yourself. So if we go to model leaderboard, we will see this. You can see this benchmark April refreshes in April 20 this year, of course. I will go back now to our overview, and if I go to models, we are still in the Discover area. You can see all models, and we have available 120 models. So you can search here in the search bar, sort by featured, newest, recently updated, and for example, you can use collections, capabilities, and so on and so forth. So you can go here and search all your models if you want. Of course, you can search here with AI if you want. You can ask AI for anything. You can see your leaderboard, or you can simply click here and compare these models. So you can compare, I don't know, GPT 5 series, as you can see, with GPT 4 Omni, for example, or Grok 4, and you can compare benchmarks, input outputs, and all other things. As you can see, this is one of the coolest features here, and we can add our mark for this. This is for models. If I click on agents, you can see that you can start using agent deployment or development using this starter manifest. For example, what are starter manifest? This manifest simply help you to learn and do some kind of experiment using as you build your own agents. For example, you can see that, for example, blog poster drafter, it's using file search and Bing file search. Internal procurement portal by Microsoft, it uses browser authentication, Fabric Data Agent, Open API tools, and so on and so forth. So we have RFP response drafter, Azure AI Search, and SharePoint. We have internal app test runner, browser automation, and GitHub. So this is all predefined starters to help you to start your to make our life easier, even more easier. If we go to tools, we have, as you can see, more than almost 1050 tools. Here you can find a different tools that can help you when you create a different agent. For example, from different provider, custom provider, MCP, for example, for MongoDB, for Microsoft Dataverse, and so on and so forth. So if you, for example, click on this, you can see a different connector, for example. So as you can see, Microsoft Dataverse enables data and schema operations, query table, record management, API invocations. This feature is in preview and is a part of WorkIQ tools, and so on and so forth. And you can see different options here. What is authentication type, life cycle, release date. This is one of the newest, remote, who is provider. And if you click on connect, you can connect to Microsoft Dataverse tools. For example, you're getting remote NCP server. You can add your own name, choose your own authentication, manage. You can use custom manager, your own auth token, and so on and so forth. So this is one of the coolest feature of Microsoft Foundry. So you can have these tools already provided. If you remember, if you're using Copilot Studio, for example, there is tens of thousands different connectors. And finally, if we go to solution templates, here we have some step-by-step instructions. How can you start with different type of templates? You can review the code, clone this template repository into your environment. For example, if I click on get started with AI chat, you can see that you can already create, deploy a basic chat application integrated with your data, telemetry, and so on and so forth. So this is our Discover tab. If I go to Build, in the Build tab, you have options to create your own agent, to simply build your first workflow. We have different type of deployments. In the deployments, you can deploy the base kind of model. And then we have some custom models. This is still in preview. We have our AI services. We will look at all of this later. And we have something called batch job. Then you can use fine-tune your model. You can see different tools. You can build your own toolbox. You can add your own knowledge, indexes, data. You can evaluate your model, check different guardrails, for example, and so on and so forth. So, for example, if I go to deployment and if I click on deployed base model, you can, for example, choose this chat GPT, and here you can choose you can see the details for this chat GPT. It's the latest. You can see there is a deployment, best benchmark, responsible AI license, and this is when the responsible AI comes into talk. This is why it's important. Finally, here in quick facts, you can see who is the model provider, what type of model are you want to use, chat completions, responses, lifecycle and preview, input page, so you can generate text and images, output text, only text. You can use 20k tokens, and you can see pricing, for example. If I open this pricing in a new tab, you can see that is currently in maintenance, but of course, never mind. You can read here. Here, I guess we are going to the same page. Yes, it really doesn't matter. You can check all your pricing, but to be honest, we have, if I remember correctly, 1 million tokens for something between $3-4. So believe me, this is more than enough to practice for this exam. And finally, you can deploy your agent, and you can use default settings or custom settings. For all of this, we will deal with this later. But one of the common terms that is generally very, very important for the exam, I will now explain this. This is termed this global, standard, and default quota. When you choose to use global, which generally refers to the deployment option that is not tied in the same way to a single local capacity boundary and is designed to provide broader availability or manager access depending on the model and service. So you can, for example, use standard deployment, which are commonly used for regular project level inference scenarios, and in some contexts they may see that refers to a regional or location specific deployment behavior, where the deployment is closely associated with a chosen Azure region. So we are now deploying this in different, if I remember, Sweden Central. The exact options can vary by model, service, so the most important lessons for you as a beginner is to read the deployment details carefully and understand the deployment type can affect availability, performance, expectations, and how the service is consumed. So this is very, very important to read all of these informations about different models and so on and so forth. Let me now go back to our Discover. As you can see, to build option. So this is where you can deploy your agent and so forth, so on, so forth. But for now, this is more than enough. As I already told you, in the project home navigation, let's go to operate. If I go to operate, here we can use active alerts. For example, we can use different assets. We can check our compliance, what is the quota of our agent. We don't have anything for now. And in the admin section, you can check, for example, your different, if you're an admin for this environment, for this project, you can check your resource ID, what is your subscription, resource group, location, manage resources in Azure portal, and so on and so forth. So here you can see who is what users are you using here. So this is only me as a user. We have these service principals, and I will later explain what are service principals and what connected resources we have. We don't have any connected resources, but if I click on add connection, I can simply choose my connection to other services. As you can see, for example, application insight, API key, OpenAI, SERP, search, custom keys. We have different Azure AI Foundry, serverless model, Azure API connection, storage account, Cosmos DB, agent knowledge tools like grounding with Bing, and so on and so forth. So this is beyond the scope of this exam. And the most important thing, if you go to docs, for example, you can find everything here in documents, and you can read all this if you are interested. How can you work really a big knowledge base? Finally, we have our notifications here, and we have our profile, we have our settings. You can choose different system names. I like dark or system, and you can choose a different language if you want. And finally, sign out. Finally, if I go back to our home, this is some kind of exploration of Microsoft Foundry. So let me just recap all this. This was a very long lesson. Project home and navigation. This is the main starting area where students can understand which project they are currently working and how the environment is organized. Here, a good explanation will help you to avoid feeling lost when you enter the first to your workspace. So this is our workspace. As you can see, this is our student wins. Finally, we have our Foundry resource and Azure relationship. So you as a student should understand which Azure resource support the current project and how the project connects back to the broader Azure environment. And this will help you to enforce the relationship between Foundry and other standard Azure concepts such as subscriptions, resource group and regions. We already saw that. We have model catalog. If I go to discover, if you go to models, this is our catalog. As you can see, this is where you can browse available models and begin understanding the different models support, different task capabilities and deployment options. It is very, very important area because it helps you to connect AI requirements with actual choices. We already click on one of these. Let me click on another, and you can see this is an efficient AI solution for diverse text and image tasks, including high quality and editing scenarios. So you need to read everything here, including pricing, key documentations, technical spec, distribution, training, disclosure, and so on. And here, quick facts. And of course, pricing is very important before you deploy your model. Finally, we have something called deployment. This area shows models which have already been available for inference in the project. This is a good place to explain why model in a catalog is not the same as a model that has already deployed and is already in use. And we finally have something called playground and testing tools. If you go back to our old look, we have, as you can see, model catalog. This looks different here, so you can check different models, as you can see. And if you go to playground here, this area allows you to experiment, send prompts, observe outputs, and this simply you can begin understanding model behavior in a practical way. For us, as a student, as a beginners, these tools are extremely valuable because that make AI interaction visible and approachable before deeper coding or configuration work begins. So, for example, if I go to Chat Playground, you can see that first we need to set up a deployment to create our agent, and then we can simply work without agent. For now, this is more than enough to explore our Foundry, new look and old look, and I will now stop here with exploration with Microsoft Foundry, and in the next lecture we will deploy our first model in Microsoft Foundry. So, as I already told you, this Foundry may take this Foundry resource or project will be maybe with different names or name, because I need to stop recording right now and just wanted to let you know. Thank you for watching. Well, after some time I come back and recreated my resource. You can see that my Foundry name is mfoundry 1001 and project name is exactly the same. So it really doesn't matter. Now we need to learn what or how to deploy our first model in Microsoft Foundry. Deploying a model means making the model available for inference inside our Foundry project so that it can be tested in a playground or called from a code. According to Microsoft Learn, the general flow is to open the model catalog, select a model, review its details and requirements, choose deployment settings, and then create this deployment. Some models may include additional conditions such as marketplace agreements or availability limitations. For us as students, the most important point is that deployment is the step that turns a model option into something that can actually use. Let's go to discover, and in the overview we can see what kind of models we have. Let's click on models, and here we can see all models all available in my project. As you can see, we are now looking at all models, and you can see how many models do you have. We have more than 11,000 models here in our list. The key concept that you must know that model, when you choose your model, you need see what are deployment naming, readiness, and the idea of the deployment is tied to practical usage. So once deployment finish, you as a student can usually begin testing this model interactively. This is a very powerful moment in this course because it shows the path from cloud configurations that use AI capability. It is also a good point to remind you that deployment decisions can influence cost, supported features, and region availability. In other words, deployment is not only technical, it is also operational. Now, let's choose one of these ChatGPT models, and I will simply type ChatGPT. Let's try let me see, GPT 5.3 chat. I will click here, and as you can see, we are now inside our ChatGPT chat, and here you can see various details. ChatGPT, which is in preview, is an advanced natural multimodal and context-aware conversation for enterprise application. Here you can see what it can do from our Azure models, what are key capabilities of this model. Key model capabilities: adaptive chain of thought reasoning, too concise or deep answer is needed, tune safety and instruction following for customer support and internal assistant, multimodal chat. You can handle text, images, and audio inputs with long-term consistency, accelerate agent deployment, build an agent for analytics, decision support, code monetization, and data pipelines. Key use case, you can see all other information. And finally, in this quick step, you can see who is provider, what type of this model is, and so on and so forth. Now, another valuable idea for you as a student is that deployment is part of operational readiness. As I already told you, a model may exist in that catalog, but it only becomes available or usable for their project, for your project, when it is actually deployed. Now it's time to deploy this agent. It is helpful to remind you that not every model is deployed exactly the same way. Depending on the model family, licensing, conditions, availability, and service design, the option you see may differ slightly. That is why learners of this course should focus on understanding the deployment logic rather than memorizing every screen detail. In simple terms, you should know the deployments mean taking this model from availability in the catalog into practical readiness inside our own project. I will now click on deploy and choose our default settings. As you can see, it is setting up ChatGPT 5.3 for us, and here it is. Our model is deployed, as you can see, and here this is our playground. You can choose a different model if you want. You can check these parameters. You can even see what are the endpoints and key that you can use in model in our code. You can see that we have something called instructions. But this is the simple way how can you create your model. How can you deploy your model? We have something called tools. We have something called knowledge, memory, guardrail. And of course, we have here option to chat with our agent. You can here, if you click here, you can create a new chat. You can save this as agent, see this code, and so on. But let's go step by step. Let me click on details, and here, as you can see, this model will be retired on June. and we are getting our information about that. But this is enough for now to work with this legacy model version. You can edit this, delete this, request a new quote. You can, for example, edit this and change the deployment name. You can choose between this standard, as you can see, global standard, model version settings. You can change this, of course. And model version upgrade policy, what does this mean? It means that once that the new version of this agent, this model become available, it will be automatically upgraded. And of course, guardrails, you can choose between default version 1 and default 1. Also, tokens per minute rate, you can see that 1 million is our maximum quota. It stands at 50%. Of course, there is some different option. You can see that this is our name. This is our deployment name. You need to understand that the name of this agent are different from the name of our for our deployment name. You can add whatever name you want for your deployment name, but you can change the name of the model. Of course, the provision state is succeeded, and you can see what is our version policy, and so on and so forth, and all other information. Of course, if I go to monitor, we can monitor our model, as you can see, and we have this model metrics for total request, how many total token was used, how much it cost, it estimated total cost, input tokens, output tokens, estimated cost, all this in graphical. As you can see, there is a lot of graphics, input with output versus total tokens, number of requests, time to first byte in milliseconds, time to least byte in milliseconds, and so on and so forth. So you can change these metrics to see. If you click here, you can add your start date, end date, and so on and so forth. If I go to evaluation, we can evaluate this model. But for now, let's go to our playground, and here, this is our playground. This is how can you deploy your first model. So once again, how can we do this? We need first to open the model catalog. Just to remind you, this is where you can explore which models are available in the Foundry environment and begin matching model capabilities to task what they want to perform. It is useful step because it reinforces that model selection should be intentional, not random. Then you can select a model appropriate for the exercise. So you as a student should choose a model that fits this scenario, whether the goal is text generation, multimodal input, image generation, or another support task. This is a very good place to remind you that the different models are designed for different kind of work. For example, we are using now text. Our goal is text generation. Then you can review model details and requirements. Before deployment, it is important to check supported capabilities, potential restrictions, pricing considerations, and any access or marketplace requirement. This will help you to build the habit of reviewing technical and operational details before enabling a service. Then you can create the deployment with suitable settings. This is a very good and actual step where the chosen model is made available for inference in the project. It is very useful to explain the deployment settings are not only technical choice, but also affect how the model will be used in practice. And finally, you need to wait for this deployment, and now it's ready for testing. Also, you as a student should understand that cloud services often need time to provision and become fully available, because this model is now running on some kind of virtual machine in Azure data center. Now this project is located in Sweden Central, and once the deployment is ready, then you can move into testing, prompting, and practical interaction with the model. So, just to recap, in this lecture, we learn how can we deploy our first model in Microsoft Foundry. After deployment, we as a student can begin working directly with this model. The most beginner-friendly method is usually the playground, and we are now in our playground, where we can type simple prompts, observe outputs, and experiment with how the model responds under different instructions. This is valuable because it will allow us to explore model behavior without needing to write code immediately. It also connects the abstract idea of deployment or deployed model with practical idea of sending requests and receiving responses in a controlled environment. A second important method is calling the deployed model from a client application. In AI 901, students are expected to understand lightweight Python examples rather than large-scale enterprise development. But even a simple example helps you to understand how AI services are consumed in the real world. The application authenticates, send a request to the deployed model endpoints, including the prompt or input, and receive a response. This pattern is foundational because most business applications do not live inside portals. They connect to cloud AI services programmatically. Also, you as a student need to start working with a deployed model and you will involved to some kind of experimentation, validation, and iteration. So we, as a students, as a learners, we should test multiple prompts, compare results, observe patterns, and think critically about whether the response is useful, accurate, and appropriate. This habit is extremely important because it prepares us for later lessons on parameters, evaluations, and responsible AI. It teaches you that interactions with AI is not passive, it is guided and reflected process. So in this lesson, I will now show you how can you work with this deployed model. And after that, we will learn more things which are very important for this exam. So for example, as I already told you, we as a student we already saw what is a prompt. We learned what is a prompt and how prompt can be very, very structured. Then in the instructions you can see that we are using some basic instructions, and this is where you define how your model acts, what is the role of your model. So for now, as you can see, our deployed model are using these instructions. You are an AI assistant that helps people to find information. And now let me add some simple prompt. I will now try to define me what is Microsoft Foundry. Be professional. Use bullets and tables, for example. Let's see what are we getting. As you can see, we are getting our response. Microsoft Foundry usually refers to Azure AI Foundry, and you will see that our deployed model using exactly what are we asked him to do. We're getting our responses in, as you can see, bullets and in our tables. This is just a simple prompt. If I go to the bottom of this page, you will see that in short, Microsoft Foundry is Microsoft's centralized environment for discovering AI models, developing AI applications, and deploying them securely on Azure. As you can see, it's using GPT 5.3 chat. This is the time that is needed to generate this response. You can see how many tokens we are using. This is 437 tokens, 41 for input. This is the number of tokens that is using for our questions, and for the output, for model answers, it used almost 400 tokens. And here you can see this is our message. You can copy this message or delete this message. Also, you can start a new chat right from here. You can continue to work with this agent. So, for example, I can try to ask this agent, okay, now I want to know how can I create this resource in Microsoft Azure. Explain me in French. And we are waiting for his answer. As you can see, we are getting our answers in pure French. So, as you can see, it is really great to try all these different prompts in your playground, and now we can also see how many tokens is used. As you can see now, for input he's using more tokens than in the previous chat. Of course, we can now select to change these instructions. Let's check these instructions and write something different. You are a professional basketball coach. Explain me in simple. Explain me. Sorry. Use simple answers, and I want to outputs be in English, and for example Klingonians and Serbian language. Sorry for this, but now we can start. Let me just copy this. Sorry, let me just copy this prompt, and we will start a new chat and paste it here, and let's see what are we getting. So now we're adding a new instructions. You are a professional basketball coach, use simple answers, and I want to output be in English, Klingonians and Serbian language. Let's see what are we getting. Are we getting, here you can see in Klingon, and on Serbian language. As you can see, when you change this instruction, you can change the outputs, the model behavior, the everything here, and of course you can always check this, how much tokens are you using and how much tokens are you spending. So in these simple terms, you can see how it easy to work with this, and how can you add the different instructions, and how can you with a simple and same prompt get a different result. Of course, this lesson will help you to appreciate the difference between testing this casually and working intentionally. So casual testing may also show that a model can respond. Intentional testing helps learners understand what the model does well, where it struggles, so how they can guide it effectively. The more deliberate mindset is one of the most valuable habits you as a student can take into later AI work. So this is do a little exercise, add some instructions here and try different prompts. So in this chapter we learn how can we work with our deployed models. This is just a simple example. How can you change your instructions and how can you chat with your model. So that's it for now. Now that you know the basics of how can we work with a deployed model, the next important step is understanding how that model becomes more useful in real scenarios. A model by itself can answer based on its general training and on the prompt it received, but modern AI solutions often need more than that. They need a connected tools, external knowledge, and structured ways to retrieve useful content. In Microsoft Foundry, this is where the ideas of tools and knowledge becomes especially important. They help move the solution from simple prompting toward more grounded, more capable, and more practical application behavior. In simple terms, tools, as you can see here, and knowledge. Tools are capabilities that a model or agent can use to do something beyond generating plain text. A tool might help to search for information, call a function, access another service, retrieve data, or perform a specialized task such as translation, vision, or document analysis. This matters because many business scenarios require the AI system not only to answer, but to use connected capabilities in a controlled and useful way. So we as students should understand that a tool extends what the AI solution can do during a runtime. If I, for example, go to tools, you can see that we can build our tools. If I click on, this is still in preview, and you can see that we can build and curate tools based on our intents to be used in any agent, including hosted agents, GitHub Copilot, and so on. So if I click on create toolbox, you need to add a name for this tool. You need to add the description for this toolbox, add tools. If I click on add, you can add this from, for example, file search, code interpreter, Azure AI search, web search, compute use, and so on and so forth. You can see your catalog here. We already saw this catalog, and you can create even your custom, for example, Open API tool, model content protocol, or NCP, and agent to agent even. So this is how can you create your tool. I don't want to create any tools because this is beyond the scope of this exam. The word knowledge refers to the information source that helps the system produce more grounded and more relevant answers. Instead of relying only on general model knowledge, the AI solution can use the connected knowledge base, indexed files, enterprise content, or trusted data sources to support its response. Microsoft Learn explained that knowledge connection in Foundry can help agents ground their answers in retrieved content, which improves factual quality and transparency in many scenarios. This is especially useful when information changes over time or when the answer must reflect organization-specific content rather than only generated model. This lesson is a very good place to explain this difference between asking a model a question in isolation and asking a system that can access some relevant knowledge. So in the first case, the model responds from its training and prompt context, but in the second case, the system can retrieve relevant content first and then answer with stronger grounding. This is one of the most important design shifts in enterprise AI because AI often depends not only on model intelligence but also on access to the right information at the right time. So one of the most important thing when you're creating your knowledge base is that your data must be proper and your data must be very well prepared. So for example, if I go to knowledge, you can see that you have this knowledge base. You can use a different Azure AI resource, or you can connect to some different, as you can see, project managed entity, API keys, or Microsoft Enter ID. But if you go to our deployments, you can see that this is our agent. If I go inside our agent, there is an option to add a different tool with uploaded files or knowledge. You can, as I already told you, in our deployed model, you can connect tools to your model for faster access to key information and improved efficiency. But in the knowledge, which is still in preview, then you can save this as an agent and then you can add a knowledge. But for now, we need to understand that strong AI solutions are often built from multiple parts that working together. The model, the prompt, the connected tools, and the knowledge source. Once learners understand that, they begin to see why this model platform like Microsoft Foundry are designed not only to host this model, but also to orchestrate how those models connect to useful capabilities and trusted informations. So now we know what are tools and knowledge, and later I will show you how can you add your knowledge, because we are not working with agents as yet. So to recap this lesson, tools extend what AI solution can do during runtime. Knowledge helps ground the answer in trusted and relevant content. Prompting alone is useful, but connected knowledge often improves enterprise quality. Modern Foundry solutions often combine models, tools, and knowledge together. Now it's time to go back two steps before we continue with new explanations. First, I want to introduce you to a very important lesson. We need to know, we as a student need to know what is endpoints, keys, and enter authentication. If you already saw, if you go to tools, you can choose different authentication types, as you already learned. So we have different project managed entity, API keys, and Microsoft Enter ID. But if we go to home, you can see that we have some API key here and project endpoints. But now it's time to learn what are these terms. So you as a student are now know this portal-based testing. And if you want to continue to learn and go deep inside into real application usage, you need to know, to understand three essential ideas: the endpoint, authentication method, and the access model. These ideas are foundational because an AI application must know where to send the request and how to improve that it is allowed to use the service. In Microsoft Foundry, this becomes especially important because the platform supports multiple endpoint patterns and more than one authentication method depending on the scenario. An endpoint, as you can see, this is our project endpoint, for example, is the network address that the application uses to reach the AI service or services. Microsoft Learn, because this course is aligned on Microsoft Learn, explain that Foundry provides different endpoint styles depending on the SDK or API pattern being used. For example, a Foundry project endpoint is commonly used for Foundry-specific capabilities, while an OpenAI compatible endpoint is used when the application expects OpenAI style API behavior. So this is our project endpoint, this is our API key, and Azure OpenAI endpoint. If you hover your mouse here, you can see different explanations. For project endpoint, it helps you build and evaluate agents. It uses Foundry tools and generate responses from models with supported or support limited to focused OpenAI operations. Azure OpenAI endpoint provides full access to Azure OpenAI APIs using the OpenAI contact and versioning, including inference, fine-tuning, and batch operations. A second concept that you as a student must understand is the API key. A key is a secret value used by application to prove that it has permission to access the service. This method is easy to understand and convenient for quick testing, for prototypes and some lightweight integration scenarios. However, if we look at Microsoft Learn, it also makes it clear that key-based access is not the strongest enterprise option, because this is more coarse-grained and does not provide the same per-user traceability and role-based control that Microsoft Entra authentication can provide. And all this now leads to the third concept, Microsoft Entra authentication. So it is recommended that Microsoft Entra ID for production workloads because it supports role-based access control, managed identities, conditional access, and stronger enterprise governance. In simple language, Entra authentication means that application or user provides or proves identity through Microsoft Identity Platform instead of relying only on the copied secret key. This is usually the better long-term choice for enterprise environments because it reduces secret management risk and supports least privilege access more effectively. So, in other words, using Microsoft Entra authentication, you can add different kinds of privileges for your users to your project. One of the most useful ways to understand this lesson is to compare the two approaches clearly. With key-based access, the application stores and sends a secret. With Entra-based access, the application uses identity and assigned permissions. The first method is simpler for quick beginnings. The second method is stronger for governed and scalable enterprise use. This distinction is important because we as students, while we're preparing for a real Azure work, should understand not only that works, but also what is considered better security practice in production environment. Of course, this is very important from the exam perspective. Finally, this is also a strong place to remind you that authentication is not an optional side detail. It is a central part of how AI services are consumed responsibly. If we as learners understand endpoint selection, authentication choice, and secure access pattern early, we will be much more confident later when we begin connecting real applications to Foundry deployments. So let's recap. Endpoint, the address used to reach the service, and it will tell the app where to send the request. API key, a secret used to authenticate access, useful for quick testing and simple scenarios. And then we have Microsoft Entra ID. This is identity-based authentication with role-based access control, better for production security and governance. As we're getting into the core of this course, into Microsoft Foundry, the need is to know much more about app integration with Microsoft Foundry. Some of these lessons are not part of this exam for now, but in the future you can expect that these next 2 or 3 lessons will be part of this exam. So as you know, Microsoft regularly updates their certifications or learning paths. So at this point in this course, we are ready to understand how a real application connects to Microsoft Foundry. This lesson matters because the model becomes most useful when it is integrated into an app, workflow, portal, script, or business process. Foundry can be integrated into applications through several patterns, including direct REST API call, SDK-based development, and low-code connectors in services such as Power Platform. This helps you to understand that AI is not meant to remain isolated in a playground. It is meant to become part of a larger usable solution. A simple way to explain app integration is to describe the request flow step by step. First, the application gathers user input. Next, it authenticates with the appropriate method, such as an API call or Microsoft Enter token. Then it sends a request to the correct Foundry endpoint. The deployed model or project capability processes the request and returns the response. Finally, the application displays, stores, or uses that response as a part of a wider task. This flow helps you to understand that the application is the surrounding system, while the model is one intelligent component inside that system. Also, developers may choose different integration patterns depending on the need. Some scenarios use direct REST API calls for full control. Others use the Foundry SDK when working with Foundry-specific features, such as agents, evaluations, or project-based capabilities. In some business environments, low-code integrations through Power Platform or Logic apps may also be appropriate. This is very useful because it shows that app integration is not one rigid method. It is a design choice based on scenario, the development style, and the level of control required. For us, in this AI 901 course, this lesson is especially helpful because it connects directly to the lightweight Python example. Even if you are not full-time developers, you should begin to understand how a script or small application can authenticate, call an endpoint, send a prompt, and receive a result. That understanding is enough to make the architecture of an AI-powered application feel much more concrete. It also prepares you for later coding demonstrations in a much more logical way. Also, this lesson or this, of course, lesson or chapter also teaches you an important professional mindset. AI value usually appears when intelligence is integrated into something people actually use. A model running by itself can be interesting. A model integrated into an app that supports a workflow, answer grounded questions, summarize content, or helps complete a real task becomes much more valuable. That is one of the key reasons app integration is such an important part of modern Foundry learning. So, to recap this lesson, application connects to Foundry by using endpoints, authentication, and request. Integration can be done via REST APIs, SDK, or low-code tools. The model is one part of the broader application architecture, and real business value appears when AI is integrated into useful workloads and apps. Now, choosing the right identity type for secure access to Azure AI services is very, very important. And now, after we understand endpoints, key, entry authentication, and application integration, the next logical topic is identify for non-human workloads. In real Azure solution, applications, script, services, and automation workloads often need to call other Azure services or resources. The question is simple but extremely important. How does an application prove who it is without using a human username and password? This is where managed identities and service principle become important. They are both workload identities in Microsoft Enter ID, and both are used so software can authenticate securely to Azure resources and services. A service principal is an identity used by an application or a service in Microsoft Enter ID. In practical terms, it allows software to sign in and receive permission to access specific resources. That service principle are tied to application registration and can be used in both single-tenant or multi-tenant scenario. This makes them flexible and powerful, especially when the application is not running inside Azure or when it must work across different environments. However, a service principal usually requires credential management, such as client secret or certificate, and that introduces security and operational responsibility. On the other side, managed identity is a special type of service principal that Azure manages for you automatically. This is one of the most important ideas for students to understand. With a managed identity, Azure creates and manages the identity in Microsoft Enter ID, and the application can use it to obtain tokens without the developer storing secrets in a code, files, or environment variables. Also, this is a strongly recommends that manage identities for Azure hosted services whenever it's possible, because they reduce credential risk, simplify administration, and support stronger security practices. So, you as a student should also know that managed identities come into two main forms. A system assigned managed identity, this is directly attached to one Azure resources and is deleted when the resource is deleted. So, you activate system assigned managed identity by using, for example, virtual machine. When you delete your virtual machine, that system managed identity is also deleted. Then we have a user assigned identity, is created as a separate Azure resource and can be reused by multiple supported services. This difference matters because system assigned identities are simple and tightly bound to one workload, while user assigned identities are more reusable and can support scenarios where several workloads need the same identity and permission. So, for example, you can have 3 different resources, for example, database, VM, or storage account, and you can use only one user assigned identities. And when you delete those resources, user assigned identity stays because it is a separate resources. But for us as beginners, the most practical comparison is this. If the workload runs in Azure and support managed identity is usually the better option. If the workload does not run in Azure, or if the scenario requires a more general application identity that works outside Azure hosted resources, a service principal is often the correct choice. So, if you go to Microsoft Learn, you will see that guidance is very clear on this point. You will use managed identity when possible for Azure hosted services, and once again use a service principal when managed identity is not available or not suitable. This is an excellent example of security first design in Azure. Also, this lesson also connects directly to Microsoft Foundry and broader AI workloads. When an AI application, agent, or Azure hosted services need to access Azure storage, for example, Key Vault, Azure AI services, or other protected resource, it should authenticate in a secure and governed way. Managed identity is especially valuable here because it avoids embedding secret in prompts, code, notebooks, or configuration file. Also, if you go to Microsoft Learn, there is also explained that Foundry are related Azure AI scenarios increasingly rely on Microsoft Enter ID, role-based access control, and managed identity patterns to support secure production deployment. For you, as a student or as a learner, this topic is important not only for the exam, but also for real professional work. Many Azure mistakes happen when teams leave secrets in script, copy keys between environments, or assign too much access to the application. Learning managed identity and service principle early help you to understand how modern cloud security should work. Also, the goal is not only to make something function, but to make it function in a way is safer, cleaner, and easier to manage over time. Now, for now, these 2 or 3 lessons that we just watched are not part of this exam for now, but it will be. So, just to recap this lesson, managed identity is best case for Azure hosted workloads. Azure manages the identity and avoids store secrets. Service principal best use cases for external apps, automation, multi-environment, or multi-tenant scenarios. It usually requires a secret or certificate unless paired with other secure methods. Then we have system assigned managed identity. This is one Azure resource with its own lifecycle, created and removed with Azure resource. And we have user assigned managed identity, a reusable identity across multiple Azure resources, separate Azure resource that can be attached where it's support. Both managed identities and service principals are workload identities in Microsoft Entra ID. Managed entities usually prefer for supported Azure-hosted workloads. As we already told, service principles are flexible and useful when workloads run outside Azure, require broader application identify scenario. The overall goal is secure, secret-free, or secret minimize access based on identity and permission. For now, we really learn a lot. And if you remember, when we started working or learning this with what are models, how can we add a prompt, I already a few times mentioned the simple term token or tokenization. And in this lesson, I want to talk about tokenization. Tokens are small units of text that a language model processes internally. So we need to understand how models process text internally. When people write a sentence, they naturally think in words and punctuations. The model, however, converts text into tokens, which may represent full words, parts of words, punctuation marks, or other text fragments depending on the tokenizer being used. Tokenization is the process of breaking input into these units so that the model can work with the content mathematically and operationally. For you as a student, you don't need to deep tokenization theory or tokenizer theory, but you need to a practical sense of what token are and why they matter. This concept matters for several practical reasons. First, tokens influence how much input and output a model can handle in a single request. Second, token usage often affects costs in hosted AI services. Third, understanding tokens helps students to write more efficient prompts and interpret model limits more realistically. A long prompt with too much unnecessary detail may consume more tokens than expected, and long response also add to that total. This is why modern AI usage is often discussed in token terms rather than only in word counts. Once you understand that, many model limitations make much more sense. Now, this is a good place to explain what are tokens, of course. A useful way to make tokens feel more concrete is to explain that they act as models working units of language, some kind of monetizations. Human naturally thinks in sentences and meanings, but the model processes text without these smaller units. Once you understand as a student that difference, they usually find it easier to understand why very long prompts, very long responses, and large context windows all matter so much in modern AI systems. So let's recap this input text consume tokens. This means that every instruction, question, example, or piece of context you provide is counted as part of the request. A helpful way to explain this is that model must process everything you send, and the process beginning with token usage. So when you write, for example, what is tokenization in our chat, the model will start to divide this into, for example, one what is, and then talk any ZATAON, for example. It will divide tokenization into few parts, that word. And then when you see output, for example, that text also consumes tokens. In other words, the model answer contributes to total token usage just as prompt does. This helps you to understand that both size of the request and the size of the response matter when thinking about limits at cost. If you remember, when we work in our playground, I already read how much tokens are used for input and outputs. Of course, long prompts can increase cost and reduce efficiency. If a prompt contains too much unnecessary detail, it may consume more tokens without improving the result enough to justify it. So you need to learn to be clear and precise, rather than making prompts long simply for the sake of length. So when you plan your prompt, you need to understand that if the prompt is very long, then usage of tokens will be much more. Also, there is some model limits that are often expressed as token limits. This means that there is usually a maximum amount of input and output that the model can handle in one interaction. So this is, if you remember, token per second. Once a student understands the token limits, that this act as a boundary for the conversational requests, many practical model behaviors become much easier to explain. So I know that this sounds like confusing how to understand, but in simple terms, just remember that tokens are small units of text that a language model processes internally. So when you write a sentence, then naturally the model converts text into tokens. As I already explained, it will divide this one word in 3 or 4 parts, and then it will be that tokens will be used to process and break out input into this unit so the model can work with the content mathematically and operationally. Now, let's move on. So far, we only work with text with our deployed model. Now, is it possible to send images and prompts with our deployed model? Yes, it is. So in many modern Azure AI scenarios, it is possible to send both text prompts and images to a deployed model. But this depends entirely on whether the chosen model supports multimodal input. A multimodal model can work with more than one type of input, such as text and images together. This opens useful scenarios such as asking the model to describe an image, extract visible information, answer questions about what appears in the image, compare the image with the text instructions, or support richer interactive applications to go beyond that text alone. For us as beginners, the key to this lesson is not that every model can do this, but that some models are specifically designed for multimodal use while others are not. In Foundry, we can encounter models that are only text only, and models that support images understanding, and models that support image generation. So we need to emphasize, I want to emphasize, that the importance of checking model capabilities before assuming an image-based scenario will work. So you as a student should also understand that multimodal requests may have different usage limits, pricing patterns, and practical considerations than standard text-only prompting. For us as students, this lesson can also serve as introduction to a larger industry shift. AI is moving from single format interaction toward multimodal understanding and generation. That means that future applications will increasingly combine text, images, audio, and other forms of data in the same experience. Seeing that trend now helps learners of this course to understand why platforms like Azure are evolving the way they are. So, to recap this theoretical part, text-only models work with prompts in text form. Multimodal can accept text and images input together. Model capability must be verified before building the scenario, and images-based requests may differ in pricing limits and behavior. Let's go to our portal and see, can our model work with images and prompts? So if you go back to our Foundry, after a long theoretical part, let's see, is it possible to send images and prompts with our deployed model? If you already know, if you go to build, and if you go to our deployments, you can see that we have our model deployed. Now, I already prepared this screenshot from my slide, and now I will upload this image. Clicking here, I will attach my file Let me add my file here, and I will now chat with this model. I will, for example, run simple describe this image and output must be in bullets. Let's see what are we getting. Is our model capable to work with images and prompts with deployed model? As you can see, we're getting an answer that the presentation slide is with a dark purple background title, multimodal input, images and prompts. Subtitle, as you already know, that you can send both prompts and text images to deployed model. The side is split into two larger panels, and you can see that our model is describing our left panel and right panel with multimodal models, of course. And here is what I'm talking in the previous chapter, our response tokens. As you can see now, our input contains more tokens because we are having our screenshot and textual and image here, and our output is only 300 tokens. Now you can also try different prompt to chat with this model, and you can do it if you want, but that's it. This was just a simple example that our text-only models work with prompts in text forms. Multimodal models can accept text and images, as you can see, input together. Model capability must be verified before building this scenario. So if you remember, when we deployed our model, I told you that this model is capable for text and image inputs, but for outputs it is only available for text. And then also this image base request that we just saw may differ in pricing limits and different behavior. So you can play around more. This is my request to you. Change the instruction and then run this chat again. For example, you can say that you are an professional graphic designer that help people to understand how can they improve their PowerPoint presentation, for example, and then add some image and add a simple prompt text, and that's it. Thank you for watching, and we are ready for the next. Welcome back, and now it's time to see how to generate images with models. You already know we can generate image with this model that we deployed, and as you already know, I'm trying to keep this course informative and practical with basic practices or labs or demos, just to show you what can we achieve working in Microsoft Foundry. Of course, Microsoft Foundry is more capable of just doing this simple basic labs. And let's see how to generate images with model. Image generation is one of the most visible and engaging examples of generative AI. Instead of producing only text, a model can create a new visual image from written instructions, as we already saw in our first part of this course. That makes this topic especially exciting for us, because the result is immediate and easy to understand. In Microsoft Foundry, this capability depends on whether the project contains a compatible image generation model deployment. So we as a student should understand that image creation is not a built-in feature of every model. It depends on the specific model family. the way the project is configured and the capabilities that Microsoft makes available through the deployed service. For me as a teacher, the clearest explanation is this. The user writes a descriptive prompt, the system sends that prompt to an image-capable model, and then the model returns a generated visual result. The quality of the result depends on how clear the user described the image, how capable the model is, and what options or controls that platform support. This lesson is also a strong opportunity to remind you that image generation is powerful, but it should be used responsibly. Generated visuals may still need human review for quality, accuracy, appropriateness, and ethical use before they are published or used in any important context. This lesson is also valuable because it shows you as a student that AI can assist not only with analysis and writing, but also with visual creativity and design support. In practical environment, this may include generative or generating concept art, making marketing ideas, presentation visuals, or illustrate assets for learning scenarios. Even when the generated image is not used exactly as it first appears, the ability to explore visual ideas quickly can still be extremely useful as a part of the broader creative workflow. So first we need to go to our Foundry and let's go to Discover. Let's go to Models, and here we can choose, for example, all models and type image, and let me find GPT image 2, text to image, image to image. I will now click on this model. As you can see, this model differs from the previous one that we deployed. This is an efficient AI solution for diverse text and image tasks, including high quality and editing scenarios. You can see direct from the Azure models what this model can do. Include capabilities of GPT-1, GPT-2 image, text-to-image generation, image-to-image generation, in-painting, high-quality image generation, and so on and so forth. Let me now go to these quick facts, and you can see that our Azure OpenAI is model provider. Then type of the model is text-to-image and image-to-image. Lifecycle is generally available, and you can see what is the output type and input type, and output type. Let me deploy this model. So we're deploying our second model, and as you can see, we are now in our different models, in different playground. You can change models if you want. You can see the details, you can see the monitor and evaluation. If I go to playground, you can simply use this to attach an image or to use the reference for some kind of generation. You can choose here the size of your image, and you can choose quality. I will now use, if you remember our prompts from lesson 12, to simply add this prompt and try to create some image. So we are telling our, let me just paste it here, we are telling our model that the role of this model, of this prompt, that you are a creative visual designer. Your task is to generate a professional marketing image. Tone will be modern, clean, and futuristic. Audience, business professional attending an AI conference. Context, this image will be used as a banner for a keynote presentation about AI in the workplace, and output a high-resolution digital illustration showing a diverse group of professionals and so on. We already know this. I will put medium quality and let's send this prompt. So we are generating image, and you can see here our little tip that you need to specify a prompt for your, we're getting some errors. I don't know why, but let's try to describe something more. Create a futuristic image for AI Fundamental course AI 901. Let's see if you can generate this image. Sometimes it works, sometimes not. It is very easy to send this prompt, but we need to wait for our result to be ready. So as you can see, if you add a professional prompt, then sometimes it really depends. So we are still waiting for our image, but this is how can you deploy a different model and use this GPT image to generate this image. I guess there is something wrong with this image. I don't know why. You can use the different parameters. Just to remind you that to verify that the project options contains a supported image generation model deployment, you can see that it provides a clear text prompt describing the desired image. We only do this and review the generated output for quality, safety, and accuracy. You can refine your prompt if the first result is not suitable. And something is not working here, but we can see that deployment is successful, and we can see that our GPT image is based on, this is the latest model. I don't know why this isn't working, but finally you can see that our image is generated. So this is AI image that was created by this model. As you can see, sometimes it works, sometimes not. It really depends of different things. I don't know why. So here you can, for example, edit this prompt, view the code of this prompt, download this image, see a different information, or delete this image. I will now simply start stop here, and this is enough for you to understand how can you deploy a different model and how can you create an image that you want to generate. Sometimes it works, sometimes not, but use a different kind of prompts and practice that you can so that you get a better result. I'm happy with this picture, to be honest, and let's move on. Moving from portal interaction to code-based AI communication is one of the most important things to understand in this course. As I already told you, when we set up our environment with Python and Visual Studio Code, my intention is not to create or run a heavy coded Python course. So I will make it simple. But running a first AI-powered program is a major milestone because we as students move from using a portal interface to interacting with AI services through code. In AI 901, the objective is not advanced software engineering. The objective is to understand the basic patterns of an AI application. A simple program helps you to see that an AI solution is not magic. It is a structured interaction between an application, a cloud endpoint, an authentication method, a model request, and a return response. Once that you understand that pattern, many later concept becomes easier to understand. A beginner-friendly program usually does something intentionally simple, such as sending a prompt to a deployed model and printing the response. So you don't need to memorize every line of code. Instead, you should understand what each part is doing. Authentication proves that the application is allowed to use the service. The endpoint tells the application where that project lives. The application the client library established communication. The prompt becomes an input and the model response becomes the output. This mental model is much more important than any single syntax example because it helps you to understand how AI services are consumed in the real world. Also, this lecture is a good opportunity to reduce fear around coding. You can explain that there is, if you're explaining somebody that there is no need to become professional developers in order to benefit from seeing a simple AI program. Even a small example can help you to understand how Azure services, models, and application connect together in practice. Another important benefit of this lesson is that it will help students, or you, to move from passive observation to active construction. Watching a demo is useful, but running even a simple AI-powered script helps learners understand the architecture much more deeply. Then you will begin to see the relationship between application code, the service endpoint, the authentication model, and the generated result. That kind of hands-on understanding tends to stay with you much longer than theory alone. So far we learned covered a lot of practically, a lot of theoretically. Then we learned a lot about Microsoft Foundry using our portal. And now let's see how can we use our Visual Studio Code. Once again, we are in our portal. This is very important. If you remember, we are using new Foundry look. We go to build, go to our deployments, and choose our model. This is our first model. And then you can add some instructions to your agent. You can add, for example, this simple instruction, and let's add some chat. Draft blog post for AI Fundamental exam and be professional. Do not use jargons. Use grammatic or simply let me just draft a blog post for AI Fundamental exam and be professional. Don't use jargons. Let's run this simple prompt. As you can see, this is our title and this is our response. Finally, if I now go to code, you can see that Microsoft Foundry automatically converts this code to API, to Python, and now we can simply copy this Python language and paste it to our Visual Studio Code. Finally, you can choose API completions. We have this API completions. This is the older version of API completions. The newer versions is response API. If we go back to API responses, you can see that there is much more, less coding, to be precise. Now I will copy this and paste it to our Visual Studio Code. But before that, if I click on this language, you can see that you can export this code to a different language, not only Python. If you are more aware, or if you want to know more about this different type of language, you can use JavaScript, C#, Go, Java, or CURL. I will continue with Python because I'm using Python through whole course, and we set our environment with Python, of course. And you can see we are using OpenAI SDK, REST API. We are using Enter ID authentication. And finally, I will now you can open this model in VS Code, but I will simply copy this. You can see what is your endpoint and keys. I will now copy this and go to our Visual Studio Code. Let me open a new file, and this file will be .0.py. Let me hit on enter, and now I can simply paste this. And what this means, this is very, very important, as you can see. First, you can see that we're getting from OpenAI, import OpenAI from this library, from Azure.identity, import default Azure credential, and get this builder token provider. Then in this option, this second line is, so this is what library we are using. In this endpoint, as you can see, we are using our Foundry endpoint, services Azure.com OpenAI. This is our endpoint, if you remember, and we already know what is endpoint. So the endpoint tells the application where the project lives. Then we have our deployment name. This is the deployment name of our model. So you can change this name when you deploy your model. Then we have our token provider, as you can see, with ai.azure.com, which is default. The second one is client. So we are adding some kind of variables. We are using client equals to OpenAI, if you remember, and you can see what class are we using. And here we are using base URL is our endpoint variable, and API key is equal to token provider, as you can see. And finally, in the response option, we are using client.responses.create response, and then model deployment name. This is our deployment name variable, and what is our input. For example, what is the capital of France? This is just a simple question. I can change this if I want. So let's see. Let's add something like, what is new in Microsoft Azure Fundamental AI 901 certification, for example. And then finally we are getting, this is our input, and finally we are getting this print of answer response output. Finally, as you can see, this prompt becomes the input and the model response becomes the output. This is, as I already told you, the mental model this is more important than any single syntax. So finally, this is our code. But before we are running this, we run this code. Let's click on Save All. If you don't save this, then it won't work simply. And now let's open our terminal. If you don't have this terminal open, simply go to Terminal and click on New Terminal. Finally, let's hit on our play button and let's wait until this processes. So as you can see, it ran out, and now it's run our code, and we are waiting for our response. And here it is. This is our response. As you can see, after some time, this is our answer, and you can see how this answer is structured. So as you can see, this is our response message, this is our ID, content, text, and Microsoft Azure AI Fundamentals, AI 900 certification has been updated a few times, match the newer AI services, especially after the rise of generative AI and so on and so forth. So this is how can you copy that code that you get when you deploy your model, copy that code in this already created environment, create a new file, copy that code, add some input, and of course you can wait a little and you will get your answer. Of course, if you change this input, you can ask whatever question you want. Let me try with another question. I will simply type what is an Azure, for example, and let's save this and run this again, and our answer will be different. Of course, you need to wait for a few seconds and then we will get our response back. Don't be lazy, try this out and you will understand how this works. As you can see, our answer is now shorter, but as you can see, most commonly refers to Microsoft Azure, a cloud computing platform, and so on and so forth. So this is how it works. This is a model behind the hood. It's using Python, for example. As you can see, from this OpenAI, import OpenAI, we are using a different kind of libraries. We're using our endpoint. As you can see, it also tells the application where the project lives. It lives in our Microsoft Foundry. What is our deployment name? Finally, the client library establishes this communication. Then we are adding our prompts that becomes input. As you can see, you can ask any question you want, and then you can see how it prints our answer or output. If I, for example, go back to our model in our portal, if I go to completion tab, you can see that here are more complicated than the previous one. If you go to this completion client, this is API completion, this is the old method, you can see that model deployment name, of course, it is exactly what you need to do, but here we have some more lines. We have, for example, a role, it is a user, content, what is the capital of France, for example. But if you go back to responses API, you can see that now this is a more formal and more easier to understand. Just for the exam, remember this lines, endpoint, deployment name, token provider, what is a client, response, and print, and so on. Now you can try it for your own and see that it's really not easy to work with this. When you try this deployed model, you need to understand that prompts are not only factor influencing output. Model parameters also play an important role. Two of the most common parameters are max tokens and temperature. Max tokens help control how much text the model is allowed to generate. Temperature influences how predictable or creative the response will be. A lower temperature usually produces more focused and consistent answer, while a higher temperature usually introduces more variation and can make output feel more creative or less deterministic. These settings will help you to understand the model behavior, and it can be shaped not only by what they ask, but also by how the model is configured to respond. For us, as beginners, the most practical way to understand parameters is to connect them to result. If the answer is too short, you may need to allow more output. If the answer feels too random, they may need to reduce the temperature. If the response is too rigid in a creative scenario, a slightly higher temperature may help. This introduces an important lesson. There is no single perfect setting for every task. Summarization, tutoring, explanation, brainstorming, and creative writing may all require different settings. Learning to adjust parameters is part of learning how to guide model behavior more intentionally. Well, parameters are also a reminder that AI output is shaped through guidance rather than simply accepted as fixed. You are not limited to one default behavior. You can often adjust the condition under which the model generates a response. That introduces a more mature way of thinking about AI interaction instead of asking only what the model can do. Learners, or us, need to understand how can we set up these parameters. For example, if you remember our Python code, Python script, before output, you can add something, for example, max tokens, and add equal to 100. This limits your response or expand your response size. So that answer, your model will only use 100 tokens for your answer. If you type, for example, temperature equals 0.2, then your effect of the output will be more predictable. But if you, for example, change that to 0.8, then it may be varied and your answer will be more accurate, for example. So this is one of the two most important parameters that you need to remember for your exam. Evaluation in Microsoft Foundry means testing how well a model, application, or agent performs against defined quality and safety expectations. This topic matters because a few good-looking responses are not enough to prove that AI system is ready to use. Microsoft emphasizes evaluation because teams need evidence that the system behaves acceptably across a broader set of inputs, not only a handful of carefully chosen examples. In practical terms, evaluation means running test cases, collecting outputs, measuring them with selected evaluators or metrics, and then reviewing the result in a structured way. For us as beginners, evaluation should be described as the discipline of asking better questions about system behavior. Instead of asking only, did the model answer? Students should ask, was the answer helpful, safe, coherent, relevant, and aligned with the task? Foundry supports this mindset through dataset, evaluators, and result review. This is especially important in generative AI because systems can sound convincing even when they are incomplete or incorrect. Evaluation help move AI work from intuition towards evidence-based improvement. This is a very powerful pace when you can see that evaluation is not a sign that AI is weak. It is a sign that AI is being treated professionally. Even major teams do not simply hope that a system works well. They test it, measure it, and improve it deliberately. This lesson also helps you to appreciate that good AI systems are improved. Through feedback loops, a first version is tested, the weaknesses are identified, improvements are made, and then a system is evaluated again. That cycle is normal in professional AI development. It encourages learners or different users to view AI work as iterative and engineering rather than one-time setup. We are once again in our Azure portal, in Microsoft Foundry portal, and as you can see, we are still using our first deployed model. If I go to evaluations, you can see that we can specify or create a new evaluations. Of course, there is evaluation catalog that you can use, and there is something called red team, but this run automated groups of red teaming scans using the red teaming and so on and so forth. This is not important for this exam. But let's get back to evaluators. If I click on create, you can simply target what do you want to evaluate. Do you want to evaluate agent? We don't have any agent for now. Do you want to evaluate model? We have two models, as you can see. Do you want to evaluate dataset? You can evaluate an existing query response dataset, or you can target traces to evaluate the quality and safety of agent traces. Of course, you need application insight to be configured. This is a separate resource if you know, and so on. I will click on model and use our first deployed model. Then if I click on next, you can see that we need to select our data source. Do you want synthetic generation? You can choose a deployment and questions that will be automatically generated for each target when you submit an evaluation. Do you want to use for existing dataset? Do you want to use this benchmark test? Import chat completion for different model. If you use, for example, existing dataset, for example, if I click on download data sample, and if you open this, let me use Notepad, you can see that this is a query. And this query is in JSON.L, JavaScript Object Notation Lines format, and you can upload your own data set, for example. Here, you can add a name and choose this from this data sample. And then you can add a name, for example, 1. Let me upload this. And after some time, you can see how it looks like. This is our dataset, when it's created, and who is creating. And this is our preview. This is existing dataset, if you see. I will now go to next. And now here you need, in this field map, you can select a different model who can judge and evaluate your model. Simply, this is model evaluate a different model. We can leave this as it is. You can choose a different query, response, and so on, and you can go to next. Here, you need a custom prompt to make your model deployments. For example, you can click on configure and add a different temperature. Top P, as you can see, top P is similar to temperature, but this controls randomness and use a different model. If you load this top P, it will narrow the model token selection to likelier token. We have something called frequency penalty. This reduces the chance of repeating a token proportionally based on how often it has appeared in the text so far. We have something called presence penalty. This reduces the chances of repeating any token that has appeared in here. And finally, we have our model response, limit number of tokens per model, and of course temperature controls randomness. If you go to prompt, you need to add a system prompt. System prompt, we have users and system prompt. User prompt are prompts that you are using as a user. For example, summarize this text, generate an image, describe this photo, and so on and so on. But the system image is instructions that you as a user give to your model, how to respond, how to act, what role should it use, and so on and so forth. And you can add enter a message and click on save. Finally, we have our criteria, and in the criteria you have to select. Let me just configure this and add some different messages simply to open our criteria. And here you can choose what criteria do you want to evaluate: quality, risk, safety, and more. So there is a lot of things that you need to provide here. For example, we don't have any agents. I will now move this agent. If you want to check what quality of your answers for your models are, you can remove all or add. Let me just add remove some of this. And for safety, we can, for example, remove all and leave only business side and quality. You can also add a new evaluator if you want. Here you can add an evaluator if you want. And finally, when you click next, here this is evaluation name, and you can submit this or change this option. If I click on submit, we are now starting to new evaluation of our model. And that's it. That's the whole process of how can you evaluate your model. This was just a simple dummy example. You can play around with this and you will get your response when this one finished. As you can see, this is what are we using for our evaluations. We are using groundness, custom satisfaction, deflection rate, similarity, retrieval fluency. And this is in progress. We are using our raw JSON. And finally, as you can see, we don't have any answers for now, but of course this is just a dumb example because we don't specify our evaluations. So if you go to evaluations, you can see that we are simply added our evaluators. So play around with this and you will see that measuring output quality and safety is very, very important if you're using structured criteria or tools. Judge whether the answer is helpful, relevant, safe, and aligned with the goal of task. Then you can run the model agent against those inputs. You can, for example, use this review the result of identity weaknesses. Then you can improve the solution and test again. Once the weakness, for example, groundness is not on desired level, you can run the next step to refine these prompts: configuration, data flow, workflows, agent behavior, then repeat the evaluation process if you want. So this is how can you use your evaluators. As you can see, simply create a new one and build this from scratch. If I check this, you can see that our evaluation is completed and we can check our evaluation runs. But as you can see, this is a detail metric. We don't have any overall metrics because I did not provide this JSON lines. We are using just dummy fields, as you can see, just to show you how can we evaluate different models. Thank you for watching. So there is different types of evaluation frameworks. This is a structured ways of deciding how an AI solution will be tested. This is important because AI performance is not one-dimensional. A model may be fluent but inaccurate, helpful but unsafe, or technically capable but inconsistent of workflow behavior. You need to use different evaluators for quality, safety, and agent behavior, just as we saw in our previous chapter, which helps you to understand that evaluating AI is not about finding one perfect number. It is about examining multiple aspects of performance and understanding where the system is strong and where it still needs improvements. But for your exam, it is very important to understand the right way. How can you and do step by step? How can you create that evaluation? A simple and practical way to explain this to group evaluation frameworks into three broad categories. First, there is a quality focused evaluations, which examine helpfulness, coherence, relevance, and task completions. Second, there is a safety focused evaluations, which examine whether the output includes harmful or policy violating content. Third, there are behavior focused evaluations for agents, which examine instruction following, tool, usage, and whether the system behaves as intended in a workflow. So you need to master every metric, but you should understand why multiple perspectives are necessary when judging AI performance. Another reason this lesson matters is that different evaluation frameworks often reflects different kind of risk. A low risk internal productivity scenario may tolerate some variations, while a customer facing or sensitive business scenario may demand much stricter standards for safety, correctness, and consistency. It will help you to see the context matters, makes the idea of evaluation much more realistic and professionally grounded. So, for example, quality is helpful, examining helpfulness, coherence, relevance, and task performance. As we already saw, safety, examine risky, harmful, or policy violating content, agent behavior, examine instruction following, tool use, and workflow behavior. So go to the evaluation tab and play around, and you will see that you will get a different result. Now, customizing a base model with a data set is very important for more consistent behavior. Now, this lecture is very important for the exam perspective. In the next couple of minutes, we will learn what is a fine-tuning. Well, fine-tuning in Microsoft Foundry means that customizing a supported base model with a dataset so that the model behave more consistently for a particular task, tone, or style. This concept is useful because it helps you to understand that there is more than one way to improve AI results. Prompt engineering influences the model at a request time, while fine-tuning influences the model's learned behavior more deeply for a defined purpose. Microsoft explained that fine-tuning can improve quality in some scenarios, support more examples that can fit in a single prompt, and reduce token usage because fewer instructions may be needed during runtime. For us as beginners, this is a useful distinction. Is this prompt engineering tells the model what to do when the request is made, while fine-tuning changes the model behavior more fundamentally by training it on examples. That does not mean that fine-tuning is always the best answer. In many cases, strong prompting and good evaluation are enough. Fine-tuning becomes more relevant when an organization needs greater consistency, recurring style, specialized behavior, or stronger performance on a defined task. You should also understand that fine-tuning requires supported models, good data preparations, permissions, careful review, and later deployment of that tuned result. Also, fine-tuning is also useful concept because it introduces the idea the models can be adapted to organizational needs rather than used only in complete generic form. In a real environment, teams often need outputs that reflect a consistent tone, specialized vocabulary, or task-specific behavior. Fine-tuning helps explain how that kind of customization can become possible when prompting alone is not enough. So, if you go to our portal there is a different tab. If you go to fine tune, you can see that you can fine tune a model. For example, let's click on fine tune. Here you need to choose customization model. We have supervised, direct deference optimization, or reinforcements. First, you need to choose supported base model. We are using our first deployment model. This means that selecting a model that Microsoft allow to be fine-tuned for the type of scenario you want to improve. So, as you need to understand that not every model supports every customization path. So the first step is to understanding what actually can be adapted. You need to go to your Discover to Model, Catalog, and find the right model. Then you need to prepare a high-quality dataset for target scenario. The quality of the training example strongly affects the quality of the tune model, which means poor data can produce poor result. You must understand that this step is very, very important. So examples must be clear, relevant, and well structured. So data must be clean, for example. Then you need to run the fine-tuning job. This is a step when the platform uses the dataset to adapt the supposed base model for the chosen task or style. In simple terms, you need to understand that actual customization process in which the model begins learning for the example provided. Finally, you need to monitor result and compare with base models. This helps you to understand whether the tuned model is genuinely improving the target scenario or whether the original model was already good enough. A professional mindset here is to compare outcomes carefully rather than assuming that tuning is always produce a better result. And finally, you can deploy and evaluate the fine-tuned model before broader use. Once the tuned model version is ready, it still needs to be tested in practical conditions before it is used more widely. Finally, the fine-tuning is not the final step by itself. The tuned model must still be validated, monitored, and governed like any other AI deployment. So, when you choose your basic detail, as you can see, supervised or SFT trains the model on labeled input-output pairs. This is best for most scenarios, including task specialization. Then we have different preference optimization or DPO. This aligns model with human preferred responses, ideal for improving responses quality. And we have reinforced or RFT. It uses reward signals from model graders to optimize complex behaviors, best for reasoning tasks. If you want to learn more, click here on this link. And finally, this is very important for your exam. You can choose customization model. Then, in these basic details, we must choose our model. You can see there is a lot of model that you can train. For example, GPT. This is only base models. GPT 4.1, GPT 4.1 Mini, Nano, Llama, GPT OSS 220B, GPT-4 Omni, GPT Omni Mini, Mistral 3B, and Quen 34B. Then you can see your training type. You can check to be standard, global, or developer. This is still in preview. So what this means? It simply means that standard training offers data residency. No data leaves the current resource at this region. Then you must add your dataset here, your training dataset. Source training data must be formatted as JSON line file, just like we did with evaluations. Each record must contain a message array with role and content representing the prompt, followed by the expected assistant response the model should team to produce. So you can check this and you can see some samples here, how it looks like. And here, this is how this training data looks like. You can see the message, role, system content, reply user question as accurate as possible. You can see, for example, a role. This is a user role. And for example, content, Natalie sold clips for 248 of her friend in April, so on and so forth. You can play around with this and check for more. You can see how long is this one. Finally, you can validate your data source. This is an optional. If no validation data set is provided, the model is trained using only the training data and evaluation metrics, as you can see. So you can use this once again. Then you can see that we have next step. This is optional settings. You need to add your suffix here if you want. You can add your seed if you want. You can automatically deploy model after the job completion. You can choose between batch size, number of epochs, learning multiplier, and so on and so forth. This is beyond the scope of this exam. And if you click submit, then this fine-tuned model will be submitted for fine-tuning. But be aware, if you want to try this, this is a very expensive option. If I remember, you will get charged $100 just for this simple fine-tuned. And another important option that I want to introduce at this point is something called RAG, which stands for Retrieval Augmented Generation. RAG is an approach in which the model first retrieves relevant information for trusted external content, such as documents, knowledge bases, or indexed data, and then use that retrieved information to generate a better answer. This is extremely useful because many real-world AI solutions need current, grounded, and organization-specific information rather than only relying on what the model learned during its original training. For us as a beginner, it's a useful way to understand the difference in this. Fine-tuning changes the behavior of the model by training it further on examples, while RAG improves answers by supplying retrieval relevant information at the moment the request is made. In other words, fine-tuning changes the model itself, while RAG enriches the model response with external knowledge. This makes RAG especially valuable when information changes often, when the answer must be grounded in specific business content, or when organizations want to move more accurate and traceable responses without retraining the model. In practical Azure and Foundry scenarios, RAG is often one of the most important patterns for building useful AI systems that can work with real enterprise knowledge. A simple step-by-step way to explain RAG is this. First, the user asks a question. Next, the system searches a trusted source of information, such as documents, knowledge articles, or indexed files, and retrieves the most relevant content. Then, that retrieved content is provided to the model as additional content before the model generates the answer. This process helps the answer become more grounded in real information instead of relying only on the model general training. For us as students, this is a very useful way to understand how AI can become more practical, more accurate, and more relevant in business scenarios. In real organizations, RAG is often preferred when knowledge changes frequently, when answer must be based on internal content, or when transparency matters and teams want to understand where the answer came from. Fine-tuning and RAG are not always competing choices. In some solutions, they can work together. A model might be fine-tuned for a certain tone or behavior, while RAG supplies up-to-date and organization-specific knowledge and runtime. Of course, for us as students, explaining these relationships and understanding that modern AI design is often about choosing the right combination or techniques rather than looking for one universal method. So a simple real word of RAG would be an internal company assistant that answers employee questions about HR policies, security procedures, or onboarding steps instead of relying only on general model knowledge. The assistant retrieves the most relevant internal documents or policy content first and then uses the information to generate the answer. This makes the response more accurate, more grounded in official company information, and more useful for the employee. For us as students and learners, this is one of the clearest examples of how RAG turns a general purpose model into a more practical business. So for you, for this exam, it is very important to know what is a fine-tune and what is a reg, and what is the difference between these two. And once again, do not use this fine-tune model because it can be very, very expensive. See you in the next. Now that we know the most important information about Microsoft Foundry, about our deployment for this exam, let's learn more about agents in Microsoft Foundry. So agents in Microsoft Foundry represent an important step forward in AI application design. Rather than building systems that can only answer a single prompt, developers can build agents that combine model intelligence with instructions, tools, project resources, and operational controls. This allows for the system to support more structured workloads and more practical task execution. For us, as students and learners, this is a powerful lesson because it connects many earlier concepts into a more complete picture of what modern AI platforms are trying to achieve. This topic is especially important because Foundry agents rely on many ideas already introduced in this course. They depend on prompts, deployed models, evaluation, responsible AI, and sometimes connected tools such as search, external functions, file resources, or image generation. Microsoft's current direction places agents near the center of modern AI solutions design, which means students should have a decent understanding that Foundry is not only a place to deploy a model, it is also a platform for building more capable, more governed, and more workflow-oriented AI experiences. This lesson also helps you to understand the modern AI platforms that are increasingly about orchestrations, not only generation. In other words, the value comes not from a model producing text, but from the system coordinating models, tools, context, and workflow logic in a meaningful way. That broader perspective is one of the most important shifts in today's AI's landscape. Another helpful way to explain agents in Microsoft Foundry is to present them as a coordination layer for useful AI behavior. A standalone model may generate strong responses, but an agent can go further by deciding how to use instructions, when to access a connected resource, and how to move through a task in a more structured way. This makes the idea of an agent especially important for you because it shows you how AI systems become to resemble real applications rather than isolated demos. For us as beginners and learners, it is also useful to understand that agents in Foundry do not remove the need for good design choices. In fact, they make design even more important. The quality of the instructions, the relevance of the connected tools, the reliability of the retrieve information, and the way the workflow is structured all influence how useful agent will be. This helps you to see that building an effective agent is not only about enabling a feature, it is about designing a purposeful system. So, to be clear, agents are using models, instructions, and context together. This means they do not rely on the raw capability of a model, but also on the guidance and the supporting information around it. A useful way to explain this is that agent becomes more effective when intelligence, direction, and relevant context are combined properly. Agents can connect with tools and project resources. This allows them to move beyond simple generation and interact with useful capabilities such as search, files, functions, or other connected components. For us, this is an important point because it shows how agents can participate more actively in workflows. Agents support more structured business workflows than one of prompting. Instead of answering a simple request and stopping here, they can carry a task forward in a more organized way. This will help you to understand why agents are so important in a real business scenario where multiple steps and connected or coordinated actions are often required. Also, agents should still be evaluated, monitored, and governed carefully. Even when they are useful and powerful, they remain AI systems that can make mistakes, behave inconsistently, or require adjustment over time. A strong way to explain this to beginners is that better capability does not remove the need for human oversight. It increases the importance of responsible design and control. If you want to design effective agents, you must add a clear purpose. Define what the agent is built to accomplish with specific instructions and goals. Then you need to provide relevant access to search files, functions, and enterprise data sources. And finally, you need to set some boundaries like limits and guardrails to keep the agent aligned with the intended task. And now if we go to our Microsoft Foundry, if we go to our agents, go to first build and go to agents, you can see that we have an option to create an agent, to code an agent, and browse templates. There is something called workflow. You can build your first workflow here. If you click on create, you can create blank workflows, sequential, human in the loop, or group chat. But there is no need to create a workflow. I will show you how can you create an agent. Of course, you can code your agent, and you can see that you can build your agent using any framework, including Microsoft Agent Framework from LangGraph that hosts in Foundry. Finally, you can browse a different template. We already saw this. If you go to Discover, go to Agents, there are 30 starter manifests that you can use. But for now, for us, it is the best way to learn how can we create an agent, to go and click on agent. The first we need to do is to add a name for our agent. The name of my agent is AB730 coach. I will use this example to create my agent. Let me copy my name here, and as you can see, agent must start with and end with alphanumeric characters. For example, AB coach, for example. You can see that you can create this and open in Playground. Now our AB coach is here. Finally, we can add our instructions to our, you can choose different model if you want. I'm using my ChatGPT 5.3 chat. Now I can add instructions to my agent. I can copy these instructions, and let me copy all of these instructions. And of course, I will paste it here. So I'm building a learning assistant designed to help users to prepare for the Microsoft Applied Skills for the Microsoft AB730 exam, and it provides explanations, questions, and as you can see, let me expand this, and practical scenarios about Microsoft 365 Copilot concepts. So you are an AI learning coach specialist to helping prepare Microsoft Applied Skills exams, and there is a lot of options. Our goal is to help users to understand the concept, practice real-world scenarios, and improve their readiness for the exam. You need to follow this exam, and now I am using 1, 2, 3, 4 to provide some guidelines. And when user asks, for example, for practice, provide 3 to 5 questions, mix multiple choices, give correct answers with explanations after the user response. When explaining Copilot, focus on business productivity, highlighting, and so on and so forth. So this is all instructions. How can my agent behave? So the tone, professional but friendly, encouraging and supportive, act like as a personal coach. This is instructions. So in tools, I can use these tools. If I want, I can edit this search. I can, for example, search with Bing search or specific Bing search, you can update this and leave it as it is. Then we have our knowledge. I will add we have our Foundry IQ. We can add our knowledge. For example, you can add your connection, but for now we can upload our file. For example, let me just go to my here, and if I remember, I don't have this knowledge source, but I have it here, and simply click here and we are uploading our knowledge base. So all answers will be based on our document. Let me click on attach. It is attaching, and here you can see that these are indexing. Let me just go back to our web search and we can remove this web search. So we are using our file search. This is our knowledge. And finally, you can have something called memory. You can add memory to retain context to personally improve interactions. So you can add something, as you can see if I click here, browse all memory stores or create memory stores. You can create your own memory store. And finally, there is something called guardrail. You need to add safety to your controls, to your guardrail, to help reduce risk of support deployment. For example, we already saw risk. We are using our Microsoft default version 2. Risk with controls like jailbreak, content safety, protected materials. Risk without controls is indirect prompt injections, and so on and so forth. So you can manage your guardrails, and that's it. Of course, if I click here, we can add our parameters, text format, as you can see, JSON object or JSON schema. And finally, you can choose when to use this tool. And of course, we can use our voice assistant. But first, let's try our coach. Let me ask a few questions. For example, I guess I have this some example. Give me 3 A/B practice question. Let's try this. And what are we getting? So now we are using our agent, and here it is. As you can see, we are using our external knowledge, and as you can see, this is from we are using this. Our agent, of course, is using our model, which is ChatGPT chat. Then we need to add instructions. I added the most detailed instructions for the tools. We are using for a knowledge base, we are using our file, which is now indexed in, we are using our tools. This is my file for my computer, and we are not using web search for now. And finally, we are using our guardrail, and we are do not using memory. And here it is. As you can see, this is how can you create some questions for the quiz. For example, the prompt was give me 3 AB 7300 practice questions. Here are 3 ABC practice questions. Try to answer them first, and he will review it. So this is a first question. We have multiple choice. For example, a marketing manager is using Microsoft Word with Copilot to draft a campaign proposal. They ask Copilot to create a first draft based on the bullets, and so on and so forth. So the question is, what is Copilot primarily doing in this scenario? Automating storage in SharePoint, generating content. And you can answer, for example, with 1, for example, B, then we can see 2, C. This is just a random answer. I don't read any question. And 3, B. And let's hit on enter, and as you can see, all my answers are correct. So by using random questions, I didn't even ask a question, but you can see you can get a valuable answer. As you can see here is our token response. Finally, you can see all traces here, and this is how traces looks like. And finally, if I go here and use this toggle to switch the agent to voice first experience, I can use this agent and choose, for example, a different message. We can choose a different voice speech. We will use Ava and leave everything as it is. And finally, let's start. Hello, can you tell me something about... Let me first allow this. Hello, can you tell me something about AB 730 exam?
One
Thank
moment.
you. Thank you.
The AB 730 exam is a Microsoft certification exam called AI Business Professional. It focuses on how people in business roles use AI tools like Microsoft Copilot and Microsoft
Thank you.
3TTPS.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
And now you can simply stop this and you can see how this interaction is. And of course, citations. Of course, you can switch this off, and finally, you can save this. You can view this in preview. You can preview your agent. You can view sample app code in GitHub. And finally, you can publish this. For example, you can see your endpoint activity, active versions, and finally, you can publish this agent to your Teams and Microsoft 365. So once that you create an agent in Microsoft Foundry, you can click here to publish. This is still in preview, to publish your agent, and finally this agent will appear here in your... If you click on all agents, it will appear here. If you already watched my previous course in From Zero to Agent, this agent was created in Copilot Studio. So this is another way how can you create your agent and how can you publish your agent. So if you have this option, simply click on publish your agent. And now I want to delete my agent, and let me click on delete agent, and we need to provide our name for our agent. Paste it here and click on delete, and our agent is deleted. So this is how can you create your first agent, add your instructions, choose a different model, add your own knowledge base or tool, use these guardrails, and simply publish your agent. And that's it. Thank you for watching. And with this, we are finished our part 2 of this course. And the last part of this course is part 3, of course. We will talk about Azure AI services. But first, let's talk about some kind of overview of all these services, because Azure AI services are Microsoft managed cloud services that help organizations to add artificial intelligence capabilities to applications without building and training every model from the beginning. In the context of AI 901 exam, these services are important because they expose practical AI functionality through APIs, SDK, and managed cloud resources. Instead of starting from raw algorithms, learners can consume, or students can consume ready-made capabilities for language, speech, translation, vision, and multimodal understanding. This makes Azure AI services as an essential bridge between AI concepts and real implementations. A very useful way to explain Azure AI services is to describe them as a specialized AI building blocks. One service focuses on analyzing text, another focuses on converting speech, another handles the translation, and another interprets images or multimodal content. Because these are managed services, Microsoft handles much of the complexity behind the scenes, including infrastructure and service delivery. That allows us or users to focus on a more practical question: which service fits which scenario, and how can it be used responsibly and effectively in a real solution? Well, Azure AI services can also make the AI landscape feel less overwhelming because they divide the broader field into clearer capability areas. Instead of thinking of AI as one of the huge and unclear domain, we as students or as beginners can begin thinking in a category such as language, speech, translation, vision, and multimodal understanding. This categorization makes learning much easier and gives you a more organized mental map. Another helpful way to explain this topic or Azure AI services is to show you that these services reduce the distance between learning and implementation. Instead of spending a long time building low-level AI components from scratch, you can simply start working with practical capabilities much earlier. This makes the platform especially valuable for organizations and individuals who want to solve some problems quickly while still benefiting from Microsoft cloud scale infrastructure and service management. This lesson is also useful because you can learn about service selection as an important skill. In real-world projects, success often depends on choosing the right managed service for the right scenario, instead of forcing one tool to solve every problem. That is why understanding Azure AI services is not only about memorizing services name. It is about learning how to match needs, capabilities, and business goals more effectively. So, some kind of recap that this is just a specialized AI building blocks for practical scenario. Azure AI services provide ready-to-use AI capabilities. This means that users and organizations can begin using advanced AI functions without needing to train every model themselves. It makes adoption faster and lowers the technical barrier for many common scenarios. They reduce the need to building models for the ground up for common scenarios. Instead of solving every problem from first principle, teams can start with managed services that already support widely needed capabilities. This saves times, allows more focus on business value and solution design. Of course, they support language, speech, translation, vision, and multimodal document understanding. This broad coverage help you to see that Azure AI is not some narrow tool, but a family of services designed for different types of real-world content and interaction. It also gives you a much clearer mental map for the AI landscape inside Azure. They are designed to be consumed through cloud resources like API, SDK, and tools. In practical terms, this means that you can integrate all these services into application, workflow, and business solution in multiple ways. This is important because it shows you that AI services are meant for implementation and not only for demonstration. That's it. Now I will try to explain all of these services one by one. Of course, we can see everything, but I will show you how can you start working with some of these services. Well, before we start working with, for example, Azure AI language, let's look at AI services at a glance. First, we have Azure AI language. Primary capability of this service is text analysis, entity recognition, language detection, or personal information identity detection. Then we have Azure Translator. This is just a neural machine translation for text and documents. Then we have Azure Speech, speech to text. You can convert spoken audio into written text. Then we have Azure Speech, TTS, text to speech. Convert written text into natural sounding speech. Then we have Azure AI Vision, like image analysis, OCR, then optical character recognition. Then we have captioning, object detection, and finally we have Azure Content Understanding. It is a multimodal document, images, audio, and video analysis. And now I would like to talk about Azure AI language. So let's go to our next slide. Azure AI language is a cloud-based natural language processing service designed to help application understand and analyze text. This is important service for AI 901 exam because it shows that AI is not only about generating language, but also about extracting meaning from the language that already exists. Through APIs, tools, and client libraries, Azure AI language can identify languages, recognize entities, detect sensitive information, and support other text analysis scenarios. This makes it useful across many business and technical contexts where written content carries valuable information. This service becomes especially practical when you think about the kinds of content organization deal with every day, like support tickets, documents, customer message or messages, transcripts, reports, emails, and other text-heavy material. Azure AI language can help you to detect the language of a message, identify people or organization mentioned in the text, recognize sensitive information, and support broader workloads and turn unstructured language into useful business insight. This is a strong reminder that language AI is not limited to chatbots. It also supports analysis, extraction, and structure. A practical benefit of all of this is to help you as a student to see how much value exists in written content and that organization already have. Businesses often store vast amount of text, but without AI, much of that information remains difficult to process at scale. Language services help turn that existing content into something more searchable, measurable, and actionable. So let's hop to our Microsoft Foundry and let's see how can we work with Azure AI language. And once again, we are in our Microsoft Foundry in our ai.azure.com portal. Let's go to build, then to deployment. And here, as you can see, we already have our model deployed. And finally, let's go to AI services. Here is a list of different AI services, and you can see versions and types. For now, we are using Azure AI language, so these 5 services, as you can see: language detection, text POI redaction, document POI redaction, text analysis to help, and conversational personal identified information reflection. Let me go to language detection, and I will try to open this in a new tab, as you can see. So we are using now Azure language to this language detection. We can see here that all of these 5 services from here, we can see them from this drop-down menu. Of course, you can see model detail and endpoint and everything else. Here, you can add your own text, for example, sample, or upload a text file to analysis. I will not upload any file. You can see that I can upload any file if I want. Just click here. I will click on select sample and, for example, choose English language, and let's see that this document is in English. And as you can see, the confidence is 100%. Let me now edit this, and I will now add some more language. But first, let me find some text. I'm usually using NFL.com for every of my of my examples, and now I will simply let me just copy this text. This is just a dummy text, and I will paste it here. So let's click on detect. Of course, this will be detected as English language, and you can see you're getting that we are using 700 to 720 of available 5000 words, and you can see that how much the text script is Latin, the text script code is Latin. We are getting our code, of course, and you can paste this code into Visual Studio Code and examine this, and also we have this in JSON file. Let me just edit one more time this text, and I will add, for example, French. Let's click on detect. As you can see, it has detected that this is 100% French language, and you can play around with this if you want. Of course, we can choose, for example, text PII redaction. We can choose, for example, email review. Let me choose this to detect, and you can see that this is private information, and you can see that we are getting all names and other information that is confidential, to say at least. Let me just try document PII redaction. This is some medical report, for example, or let's try legal document. Let's click on detect. As you can see, I can just show you that this, as you can see, how can you use Azure language for document private personal identification to mask this private information. And also you can do it for conversational. You can paste some text. Let me paste another. You can format this, and let's try to detect this transcript text. And finally, you can see that this is input validation successful, and finally you can see what is participant ID. Then you can see that in this text we have only one person, and this person is identified in our conversation PII redaction. Confidence, this is a confidence score, 95%. Offset length, you can see all different types, and we have text analysis for health, for example. Let me try this short prescription. Let me detect this, and after some time Azure language will recognize that how much this is a pure health prescription for patient. You can see patient needs to take 100 milligrams of ibuprofen and 3 milligrams of potassium, and so on. So you can see that now we are having 100 milligrams of ibuprofen, and this is our entity linking, 3 milligrams of potassium, and so on and so on. So you can play around with this. You can choose these samples from here, or you can simply add your own examples, and of course you can play around with this. This is Azure language, text analysis and so on. Or you can add your own. You can add your own document, for example. And finally, you can clear your input, and that's it. So in short, this is how can you work with Azure language detection, and this is our first Azure AI service that I want you to present. Let's move on, and in the next lesson we will talk about Azure Translator. Well, Azure Translator is Microsoft cloud-based neural machine translation service. It helps applications translate text and documents across many supported languages without requiring organizations to build their own translation models. For AI 901 exam, this service is important because it demonstrates a very practical use of AI. It can reduce language barriers in communication, content delivery, and business processes. It is also a good example of how Azure can offer advanced capability as a managed service rather than forcing every team to solve the same technical problem from the start or beginning. This service is useful in multilingual scenarios such as translating customer messages, localizing product information, translating knowledge articles, or processing documents while preserving their structure. So you need to understand that translating is a short sentence and translating an entire document are related but not identical scenario. The service may support both, but the way organizations use those capabilities can differ significantly. This is why this lesson is valuable. It helps you to connect the general idea of translation with the practical design of real Azure solution. This lesson is also helpful because translation is one of the clearest examples of AI delivering immediate business value. It reduces frictions, expand reach, and helps information move more easily between people who do not share the same primary language. That makes Azure Translator a very practical example of AI as an enabler of communication rather than only a technical novelty. So you can translate text in real time, translate documents while preserving structure and formatting, support many source and target languages, enable customizations for domain-specific technology in some scenario. Let's go to our Microsoft Foundry and learn more about Azure Translate. And as you can see, in our Microsoft Foundry, we have type of this service is translation. So we have text translation and we have document translation. Let's go first to our text translation. I will open this in a new tab, as you can see. And here in our playground, we can try some different models and see different text, source text and our translation. Let me choose our model. We are using Azure MT default. You can choose GPT for Omni or Omni Mini. Here is our source text. We can detect our text. Let me just paste. Let me just paste some dummy text. We are using exactly the same text that as we use in previous chapter. You can paste any language if you want. And finally, let me translate to, for example, Arabic. And finally, click on Translate. Here it is. As you can see, first, our source text is in English. It is auto-detected, and this is how translation works. Of course, you can translate this to different language. Let me try, for example, Armenian. Here it is, just like that. Let me try, for example, Catalan. So as you can see, you can play around with this. And finally, for example, German. Here is Klingon, if you want. Here it is. The most important thing that you need to know is that this first source text, you can add 5,000 objects to translate. And of course, you can add your own language if you want. You can add, your own documents. Simply copy and paste here. Of course, there's the configuration. You can set a tone, gender, and be more precise if you want. So let me find another language. Let's check on Maltese, for example. Let's click on Translate, and that's it. So you can play around with this text translation and see that this is a very, very useful, and you can choose between different models, and you can also, as you can see, create and choose an adaptive LLM dataset with your domain data, and that's it. Let's go now to our Second example, this is our document translation. If you open this playground in a new chat, here we have some sample. This is our source document, as you can see, and I want to this document is in English, and let me just select a language. I want to be this in French, for example, and just like that the translated document is in French, as you can see. So this is how can you translate the whole documentation, for example. Of course, when this is the whole document, you can use this, you can view this also as a code, and this is where this Python code comes to fruition. So you can open this, check your variable, choose your authentication method. You can use SDK REST or simply use this in JavaScript, as you can see, or in C#. So it really depends on what do you need this, or your application, what language are we using. So let's try, for example, to Indonesian. As you can see now, this document is translated. Very easy, very fast, and very convenient. We can, for example, try Polish, as you can see. And finally, let's try Spanish, for example. And that's it. These two services are very important and very easy to use. So if you're trying Azure Translator, try text translation and document translation. Well, one of the most funniest lecture is Azure Speech. Speech to text or text to speech. With speech to text, this is where you can, or this service provides speech to text capabilities that converts spoken word or audio into written text. This is a very important AI workload because spoken communication contains a huge amount of valuable information, but that information is much harder to process until it becomes text. Once speech is converted into text, it can be searched, analyzed, stored, summarized, translated, or passed into other AI workloads. For you as a student, this lesson helps you to connect audio experiences to the broader world of language, AI, and digital transformation. A very practical here is that speech-to-text is often beginning of a larger workflow. A meeting recording can become searchable notes. A customer call can become text that is later analyzed for sentiment or summarized. A spoken explanation can become written content for accessibility of archiving. So you need to understand that speech recognition quality can vary depending on audio quality, background noise, accent, pronunciation, and domain-specific vocabulary. That reminder helps you that you think realistically about how speech services behave in practice. For many of you, this lesson also reinforces the idea that AI services often work best in combination. Speech-to-text alone is useful, but it becomes even more practical or powerful when paired with summarization, translation, search, or sentiment analysis. Recognizing those combinations help you to think more like solution designers and less like users of isolated features. Let's recap. You can convert live or recorded speech into text. You can support captioning and transcription scenarios. You can enable downstream processing such as summarization, translation, and search, and it can help you to make voice-based interactions more accessible and analyzable. We have our speech services, as you can see, and I will go to speech to text. I will open this in a new window, and here in the playground you can see that we can use real-time transcription. For example, you can use fast transcription, single document that fast running. We have something called LLM speech. This is audio file input enhanced with LLM, this large language model, and we have batch transcription, multiple docs with a long running. We will use mic input, streaming output. For example, language will be English. You can choose a different language. We have options to identify language at start or continuous. We have also candidate language. You can choose a different language if you want. And this is parameters, of course. And we have speaker diarization. So this is a process of partitioning an audio stream that includes more than one person's speech into segments that correspond to each individual. Of course, you can choose your custom endpoint, post refinement if you want, and output format will be detailed or simple. Of course, you can add your phrase list here or upload your own file if you have something. But we don't have anything. So I will click on Start Recording. And let me try to explain this text to speech, as you can see. And for example, with text to speech, we can convert live or recorded speech into text. We can support this service support, of course, captioning and transcription scenarios. You can enable downstream processes such as summarization, translation, or search, for example. Help make voice-based interactions more accessible and analyzable. So this is how can you use this speech-to-text service. Of course, as you can see here is we have our language identification. This is continuous, and that's it. This lesson is very easy to understand. Of course, we can add our own files here. If I click on Browse Files, you can see that I can add some of these files if I want. But this is a custom file. I guess we need to add some different files. I will now click on Stop Recording. And finally, you can see that now I can download this audio. Our audio is downloaded. And of course, we can use this see this in JSON file or our code file. You can see that we are using our Python file. Simply, you can copy all these codes into your Visual Studio Code and then look even closely what are we using, what services are we using. As you can see, our endpoint URL and so on and so forth. So there is also a simple explanation what is handlers, event handlers, and so on and so forth. So this is how can you use speech to text, for example. You can also click here for fast translation or transcription. Let me try this option. Hello, let me just try this service. Of course, this lesson also is very important, and speech to text is not alone is useful, but becomes even more powerful, and so on and so forth. Let's click on stop, and as you can see, this is for our fast transcription. Then we have our LLM speech to text. This region project does not support LLM speech. Of course, you can use also batch integration, but let me just now try to delete this, and I will now try to upload our audio file that we just recorded. As you can see, this is our audio file. And as you can see, it is automatically getting a transcript. So if you have some audio file that you can, for example, record on your local laptop or computer, you can record that and upload here, and you will get your translation. So this is how can you use speech to text. On the other hand, Azure Speech also provides text-to-speech capabilities, which transforms written text into synthesis audio. This is an important service because many applications need to speak back to the user rather than only display written text on a screen. Text-to-speech is a valuable in accessibility solution, digital reading tools, assistants, customer service systems, learning applications, and audio-enabled experiences. For us, this is important to understand that this service represents the output side of voice interaction, while speech-to-text represents the input side. Also, it helps to frame text-to-speech as the moment when digital contexts become audible. a model or application produces text, and Azure Speech can convert that result into natural sounding spoken output. Accessibility tools, or any scenario in which the user benefits from listening instead of reading. You also need to know that the voice option and output formats can vary, which allows the organization to shape the spoken experience in ways that better fit the application. This lesson is also a good reminder that output formats matters in user experience. Some users prefer to read, while others benefits more from listening, and so on. In accessibility-focused or hands-free scenarios, spoken output can dramatically improve usability. That helps you to understand that AI is not only about intelligence in the abstract, but also about delivering information in forms that serve real people effectively. So, converting written text into natural language, natural sounding audio output, so you can convert written text into natural sounding speech, you can support accessibility and audio first user experience, enable spoken responses for assistance and interactive applications, and offer configurable voices and output formats for different scenarios. Of course, we have text to speech. If I open this in a new window, we are getting our playground, as you can see. So here, as I already told you, we can use this. And for example, this is some preview. Plain some dummy text, as you can see, and you can choose between your voices. And you can choose your input mode, SSLM, for example, or plain text. You can choose between Ava, Andrew, Adam. You can see more voices if you want. This is how many voices you can find here. You can also use languages, for example, on different language. You can sort it out by A to Z, Z to A, ascending or descending, female, male, neutral, age, adult, child, senior, young adult. You can see how many options you have here. Also, there is a custom option. You can have professional, personal, or you can simply search your voice here. Let's go to our standard, and for example, I will choose all. Let me choose, for example, female, and age will be adult. And let's choose, for example, you can see that we have after female adult we have Spanish, Honduras, Guatemala, and whatever voice do you want to use. Let's just go back here and we will use Salma from Egypt, for example, and here we need to scroll down to save this, and now I will play this.
مرحبا بكم في أجر سبيتش في AI Fundamentals. توفر ميزة تحويل النص إلى كلام من أجل مخرجات صوتية واضحة وطبيعية لمجموعة واسعة من السيناريوهات. فهي تدعم تقديم المعلومات وقراءة المحتوى بصوت.
Of course, you can choose the model to be neutral if you want. Then language scale is default for now. And you can see this is a fine tuning. You can, for example, use pitch. This adjusts the highness and lowness of a sound. You can choose your rate, for example, adjust the speaking needs. You can choose a volume if you want. And of course, let me now try some, for example, Ava. And this model uses neutral omnilatent, for example, and language is default. I will now click on play.
Welcome to Azure Speech and AI Foundry.
Exactly
Azure
the same
Text-to-Speech provides clear and natural spoken output for a wide range of scenarios. It supports presenting information, reading content aloud, delivering guidance, participating in conversations, and creating content such as podcasts or audiobooks, and helping people complete tasks and achieve their goals.
Of course, let's try, for example, to add this and some different tuning.
Welcome to Azure Speech and AI Foundry. Azure Text-to-Speech provides clear and natural spoken output.
you can see that just a little combination of this, you can totally ruin previous voice.
Welcome to Azure Speech and AI Foundry. Azure Text-to-Speech provides clear and natural spoken output for a wide range of
And
scenarios.
of course, we can use Andrew, for example.
I let out a small, casual laugh at first, trying to keep things light. I just don't know if I can handle this anymore. I confided softly.
And once
Welcome
again,
to Azure
Ava.
Speech and AI Foundry. Azure Text-to-Speech provides
As you
clear.
can see, this is how can you play around with text-to-speech, for example. Here we have some more options. For example, we have voice live, for example. Let me open this. To be honest, I didn't try everything, but you can use this for customer service, for example. Let me choose a different. Let's talk to Ava. This is our Ava, and you can choose a different generative AI model, and you can use GPT real time. This is all based on GPT. Let's look. Let's leave everything as it is. We have our response instructions, so you can add your instruction. Your Ava, a friendly English teacher in a real-time video conversation. Your job is to help the students improve basic spoken English to short natural interactions. So primary goal is, you can see, that help student to speak simple English. Output rules, you have to respond in one short sentences, and that's it. And if you remember, when we talk about parameters, here you can set up response temperature. As you can see, this control randomness. Lowering temperature means that model will produce more repetitive and deterministic response, and if you go up, this will increase the temperature in result or created unexpected responses. Finally, you can choose different voice pitch. Let's leave Ava. You can use these advanced settings for voice temperature or playback speed. Then we have function calls if you want, and you can choose your avatar between Ava, Ria, Camila, Gabriel, and so on and so forth. Let's try this. And of course, you can add this to agent right now. We're connecting to our avatar. Hello, can you tell me something about National Football League again?
Let's focus on simple English now. Can you say, I like football?
I like football.
Good try. Say, I like football. Now you try.
I like football.
Nice pronunciation. Do
Thank
you
you.
watch football? You're welcome. Let's try a new sentence. The game is fun. Can you say that?
The game is fun. Can you say that?
Sure. Listen, the game is fun. Your turn.
The game is fun.
Good job. Now, what is fun for you?
When Los Angeles Rams scored 2 touchdowns.
Nice try. Say, when the Rams scored 2 touchdowns. Now you try.
When the Rams scored 2 touchdowns.
Good job. Now, who is your favorite player?
Matthew Stafford, number 9.
Great. Say, my favorite is Matthew Stafford. Now you try.
My favorite is a Matthew Stafford.
Good try. Say, my favorite is Matthew Stafford. Now you try.
My favorite is a Matthew Stafford.
Good effort. Let's try again. My favorite is Matthew Stafford. Your turn.
My favorite is a Matthew Stafford.
Great effort. Let's say, my favorite is Matthew Stafford.
Thank
now
you. Thank you.
You're welcome. What sport?
And you can go on and on, as you can see. And you're getting your translation here. Of course, we can try a different agent. And let's type on start.
Hi, I'm Ava, your English teacher today. What's your name? Nice to
Hello.
meet you.
Hello, my name is Vlada. How is the weather today?
Hi, Vlada. It's sunny today. How's the weather there?
It's sunny, maybe 20 degrees.
Good try. Say, it's sunny, maybe 20 degrees. Now you try.
It's sunny, maybe 20 degrees.
Nice job. Do you like sunny days?
Yes, of course. You?
I do too. What do you do on sunny days?
I like to record my courses on sunny days. In the morning, of course. And in the evening, I like to walk.
Good. Say, I like to walk in the evening. Now you try.
I like to walk in the evening. Now you try.
Great effort. Say, I like to walk in
Thank
the
you.
evening.
Thank you. And that's it. This is how can you change these different avatars and try anything you want, for example. Of course, you can add this right from here to your agent. If I click Add to Agent, you can first create agent and add this to your agent. Let me now go to we didn't try text-to-speech avatar, voice live, and so on. Of course, that's it. I think that this was a good lesson, and play around, try these AI services. Speech to text and text to speech is very, very useful and very funny to try. Azure AI Vision provides image analysis capabilities that help software process visual content and return useful information about what appears in that content. For AI 900 exam, this is important because it demonstrates that AI can work with images and in a meaningful way, not only with text and speech. Vision services can help analyze images, generate captions, detect objects, and extract visible text in suitable scenarios. In simple terms, AI Vision or Azure AI Vision helps you or help applications convert visual information into usable digital understanding. Well, a practical beginner explanation is that Vision allows you or application to look at images in a machine-readable way. A system might extract text from a sign, describe a scene in a photo, identify visible objects or visual content easier to search and recognize. This lesson is also useful because it helps you to understand that not all OCR or visual analysis scenarios are identical. Some are better suited to general image analysis, while others are better suited to more document-focused processing. Thinking in terms of scenario fits is an important professional habit. Also, vision is also a strong example of how AI can help you bridge the gap between the physical and digital world. Cameras, photos, scanned documents, and products images all begin as visual input. Vision services make possible to transform that input into structured understanding that software can search, classify, or use workflows. That broader perspective makes this lesson much more meaningful than simply listening features. Of course, if we try to summarize this lesson in 4 sentences, the first sentence, it can analyze content and visual features, extract printed or handwritten text from images in a suitable scenario, support captions, tagging, and object-oriented image understanding, and help make visual content searchable, accessible, and more useful in application. Unfortunately, Azure AI Vision Service is not implemented in the new Foundry model. I can go to old Foundry model and try to show you AI Vision, for example, but I won't, because the most important thing about this exam is to um, get some habit or to understand how can you work in a new Foundry lock. So this time we will go to the next service. This is Azure Content Understanding. So we will use only these AI services in the new Foundry model. So as you can see, we have speech, translation, language, and content understanding. Of course, Azure AI Vision will be here in some capacity, in months, 2 or 6 months, you can know that, but here this is what I want to emphasize in this lesson. If you want to try, you simply go here to Old Foundry and find Playground with Azure AI Vision. Let's go to Azure Content Understanding. Azure Content Understanding is designed to analyze and comprehend different kinds of media, such as documents, images, audio, and video, and then transform that content into structured, organized, and searchable information. For us, this is a very important concept because it reflects a broader direction in AI, moving beyond single-purpose analysis toward more unified multimodal understanding. Instead of handling only text, only speech, or only images, content understanding helps process several content types in a more integrated way. This service is useful because organizations often depend on unstructured content that does not fit neatly into a database. Contracts, form, receipts, call recordings, product images, and video assets may all contain important information, but the information is difficult to use until it is extracted and organized. Of course, content understanding helps solve that problem by transforming complex content into structured output that can support search, analytics, automation, knowledge, workloads, or retrieval augmented experiences, or RAG. For us, this lesson shows how AI can make information more usable across an entire organization. This topic is especially useful because it shows you that AI value often increases when information from different content types can be understood together. A business process may involve documents, images, voice recordings, and video clips, not just plain text. Content understanding helps you to see how modern AI platforms are evolving to support that more realistic and more complex world of information. So let's summarize this lecture. It processes multimodal content such as images, audio files, and audio. You can transform unstructured content into structured output. You can support automation, search, analytics, and knowledge workflows. It provides confident-oriented extraction for business scenarios. And finally, the last services we have it's Azure Content Understanding. Let's open our first service, of course, in a new tab. And here in our playground, we can, for example, analyze documents and multimodal content. You can see that we have optical character recognition or read, invoice, US tax, receipts, contracts, call center. You can add your file here if you want, but I want to use this documents. For example, we have this OCR read, as you can see. So this is our document, and in this document, this is just a sample document. And if we click on this little plus, you can see that content from this optical recognition is shown here. Of course, this is just a dummy example, but you can see that you can see for paragraph and so on. If I click on result, you can see that this in a JSON structure. Of course, you can download this, copy this, and go further with this. We can also run analysis, as you can see, and after some time we're getting exactly the same result. We can try, for example, layout. As you can see, all this complete table or complete structure is shown here. So any document that you have, you can upload here and you will get this markdown. We have paragraphs, we have tables, as you can see. So we can copy this table and continue to work. Finally, we have document fields. We need another model, and we have different model from here, but let me just choose, for example, US task. Of course, I don't want to deploy another model because this is enough for document presentation. Let's click on audio, and this analysis requires deployments that aren't configured yet. Set them up to sign them. You can see, for example,
Good afternoon. Thank you for calling Contoso. How may I help?
I am looking to transfer money to my checking account. I have a $1,000 certificate of deposit that matured last month, and I have to use it. Do I need to contact my previous bank and have them transfer the money?
No, Contoso will make the transfer for you.
Okay, that sounds good. What do I need to do?
Please state your name and the account number on the certificate of deposit.
as you can see, we have our content understanding, and all of this is listed here in textual form. And finally, we have summary, topics, companies, people. It recognize, it understand what from this audio file. Let me just
My name is Mary Smith, and the
sorry, let me just go to another service. We will now try this read content understanding. Here we are in our playground, and we are getting exactly the same result. Let me try layout. I guess we already have this in all. Yes, we already tried this. We tried layout, OCR read, and so on. So here you can check your code, and finally everything else. If I, for example, add some different file, I don't know, let's try some table, for example. This is my table. Let's run this analysis, and here you can see I added this table from this is just a screenshot from my local computer, and if I click on run analysis, you can see that it recognizes this content understanding from this simple picture is now recognized in with our markdown. We have our large language models. The whole table is here. As you can see, we have these paragraphs, and finally we can see the whole table, for example. So don't be lazy, go to Microsoft Foundry, try different services, try everything, and you will see that these AI services are very, very useful, and it's very easy and funny to play around with this. You will find that everything is so easy and so funny to learn. Thank you. Cleaning up Azure resources is an important habit, especially for students who are using trial subscription, limited budgets, or short-term practice environment. In Azure, deleting a resource usually means removing the service instance from the resource group so that it no longer consumes billable capacity. This lesson is more important than it may first appear, because it teaches you that responsible cloud usage includes not only creating resources, but also managing and removing them properly. Cost awareness, cleanup discipline, and careful review are all part of professional cloud behavior. In many learning scenarios, the safest guidance is to return to the Azure portal, locate the resource or resource group used for this exercise, review what it contains, and then delete only the items that are truly no longer needed. You need to understand that you need to first proceed carefully, because deleting a resource can permanently remove deployments, endpoints, configurations, or access details that may still need. Of course, this lesson reinforces the idea that cloud actions have real operation effects, which is an important habit to develop early. This lesson is also a good place to reinforce cloud discipline as a part of technical maturity. Students often focus on creating exciting resources, but real professional practice also includes naming resources well, tracking them, secure them, and removing them when appropriate. That broader mindset prepares you to think beyond labs and toward responsible real operations. So, first, what you need to do is to open Azure portal, locate the resource or resource group used for the exercise, review what will be removed before confirming deletion, and delete unused resources to avoid unnecessary cost. I will now show you how can you delete your resource, It's very easy to delete the resource, but of course you must be careful to what are you deleting. If you want to delete your Microsoft Foundry, the best way to do it is to, if I for example go to deployments, you see that we have deployed our one model. You can have here, for example, 10 different models. We have, for example, you can also have different agents here. I don't have any agent right now. But the best way to delete this is to simply click on this X to close this Microsoft Foundry portal. Go to our front page in our Azure portal, go to resource group, click on RG1 or the name of your resource group. Let me just expand this. Click on delete resource group, copy the name of your resource group, enter the resource group name here to confirm the deletion, and simply click on delete. Of course, you can delete one by one this Microsoft Foundry, but deleting the whole resource group, you will delete Microsoft Foundry and Microsoft Foundry project. So I will delete, click on once again delete, and now we are getting here our notification that deleting group 1 is now in process. And after some time this resource group will be deleted, and of course all resources inside this resource group will be deleted too. And of course all the deployments and agents and models in your project, in your Foundry project or your Foundry, will be deleted as well. So this is how it is simple, but be aware this is just a simple example. You can have, for example, resource group with 20 or 30 resources, and then you will be very careful what are you deleting. Now let me just go, while we are waiting, let me go to my Azure subscription, and I will show you that if you go to overview, for complete course I spent only $0.11. So as you can see, this is how it's useful to, why is useful to create your budget and to track all your cost alerts and check everything else. So you can try all these labs in your environment. If I now go to our front page, and if I click here, you can see that we are getting notification that we successfully deleted our resource group 1. Now if I go to our resource group, you can see that we don't have any resource group here. If I, for example, click on Microsoft Foundry, after some time you can see there is no what to show here because all resources are deleted. Now I can clean all my resources and I am ready to go on the next lecture. Congratulations on reaching the end of this Microsoft Azure AI Fundamentals course aligned with AI 901. By this point, you as a student should have a clear understanding of core AI concepts, generative AI basics, prompting, agents, responsible AI, Microsoft Foundry, model deployment, evaluation, and the major Azure AI services used for language, translation, speech, vision, and multimodal understanding. Just as important, you should know and understand that AI is not only a technical topic, it is also a practical discipline that requires structured thinking, ethical awareness, experimentations, review, and continuous learning. The next step for many learners is to revisit the official study guide on Microsoft Learn, of course. Repeat hands-on exercises, review the learning paths, and practice explaining the concept in their own words. Passing the exam is an excellent milestone, but the larger goal is to build a durable foundation for future growth. After AI 901, you can continue toward deeper work in Azure AI, cloud architecture, data, automation, or applied business AI, depending on your interest and professional goals. The most important advice is to keep practicing. Stay close to reliable documentation and strengthen understanding through real examples rather than only memorizing terms. As you close this course, I want to encourage you to recognize how much progress you have made. The first step into AI and Azure is often the hardest, because everything can feel new, unfamiliar, and highly technical at the beginning. But if you have reached this point, you have already done something important. You have built a real foundation. You now understand far more than you did at the start, and that progress matters. Fundamentals exams matter more than many people realize. Advanced tools, deeper certifications, and specialized roles become much easier to approach when the foundation is solid. By completing this course, you are now reaching the end of your AI learning journey. You are building the base that can support every next step, whether that means passing the AI 901 exam, exploring Microsoft Foundry in great depth, working with Azure AI services, or moving toward more advanced AI and cloud roles in the future. So do not stop at theory. Review what you have learned, practice that concept, and take the next step with confidence. Your certification journey can start here, but your long-term growth will come from continued curiosity, hands-on work, and the willingness to help building. So, key takeaways. We learned AI foundations. What is AI models? What is AI? First, models, generative AI, LLMs, prompting, agents. Then we'll look at responsible AI. We'll look at fairness, reliability, privacy, inclusiveness, transparency, and accountability. Azure and Foundry, we learn more about subscription, resources, Foundry, deployment, playgrounds, parameters. We talk about evaluation, quality, safety, and agent behavior evaluation frameworks. We learn what is a fine-tuning and what is the difference between RAG, model customization, and retrieval augmented generation. We learn about Azure AI services, language, translator, speech, vision, content understanding. And finally, we look at practical skills. There is so many labs here. We look at environment setup, first AI program, token management, and finally, how to delete your resources. Of course, this is just a beta version of this course. The main thing is that you are now ready to take the exam. One final exam is to review the official AI study guide and learning path. Check all these models, Model 1 and Model 2. In the future, this exam will change for sure. New things will be added. The old will be removed, and so on, just like every Microsoft exam. It is always always important to remember that repeating hands-on exercise is very important until the core workloads feel natural. Practice explaining AI concept clearly and accurate. Continue building knowledge through the real Azure scenarios and responsible AI practices. And once again, thank you for watching this course. Do not stop at theory. Review what you have learned. Practice the concepts again and take the next step with confidence. Also, I will now call you to support me by liking, sharing, and subscribe to my YouTube channel. Thank you for watching and see you in some other course. I wish you nothing but the best on your exam. Good luck.